can start the meeting without the city manager, but not without the clerk. Clerk.
Hello, folks.
Clerk.
I'm going to ask for silence in the room, please. Good evening and welcome. I'm going to call the regular meeting of the Nevada City Council to order. Today is Thursday, December 14th, 2023, and it is 6:32 p.m. Thanks for being patient and waiting a few minutes. I would like to ask Council Member Vice Mayor Peterson if he would please read the land recognition.
Thank you, Mayor. Am I turned on here yet? We acknowledge that the Nisenan people are still here among us today, though nearly invisible. We understand that we are on Nisenan land that was never ceded, and the original tribal families have yet to recover from the near genocide of their people. As a resident or visitor in Nisenan land, we support the Nevada City Rancheria Nisenan tribe in efforts to stabilize their people as well as their campaign to restore federal recognition.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm going to ask Councilmember Klein to please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Yeah.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilmember Klein. Madam Deputy Clerk, will you please give us a roll call?
Councilmember Cece.
Here.
Councilmember Klein.
Here.
Councilmember Fleming.
Here.
Vice Mayor Peterson.
Here.
Mayor Fernandez.
Here.
All present.
Great. Thank you so much. Council, now is the time for any agenda modifications. Would anybody like to make any changes to the agenda, pull consent items, or do we have any recusals to announce? Okay, I am not hearing any. I am looking for a motion and a second to adopt the agenda.
So moved.
Seconded.
So I have a motion by Councilmember Fleming and a second by Councilmember Cece. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Great. Those opposed? No oppositions. Motion carries. Moving right along to presentations. Up first, we have a proclamation and a ribbon cutting for a ribbon cutting and grand opening for Brewbuilt Brew House, presented to Jeff Lewis and Ben Buchanan. Owners, come up and join me at the podium, please. All right. So we are honoring the grand opening and ribbon cutting for Brewbuilt Brew House. Whereas business initiation, development, growth, and expansion are important threads that bind strong communities, and Brewbuilt Brew House is open for business at 300 Spring Street. And whereas Brewbuilt Brew House is new as business, but continues the long tradition of a retail presence at the location in historic downtown. And whereas Jeff Lewis and Ben Buchanan are the owners of Brewbuilt Brew House, and whereas the owners note that brewing since July of 2022, Brewbuilt Brewing finally has its own home in downtown Nevada City, where founders Jeff and Bennett live. We're excited to bring you a place where you can slow down, enjoy the people you're with, and savor a great beer in a relaxed, family-friendly, bike-friendly, dog-friendly setting. We can't wait to raise a glass with our community. And whereas a grand opening and ribbon-cutting ceremony will be held at Brewbuilt Brew House on Saturday, December 15th, that's this Saturday, 2023 at 4 p.m., and whereas the grand opening and ribbon-cutting ceremony will be an opportunity for the city, community, visitors, and other businesses to visit and enjoy Brewbuilt Brew House. And whereas the City Council and the City of Nevada City wish to recognize and applaud businesses as investors in our community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Nevada City does hereby honor the opening of Brewbuilt Brew House and urges those who visit, live, work, and play in Nevada City to eat and shop local by patronizing Brewbuilt Brew House and all of our Nevada City businesses, or by attending the grand opening and ribbon cutting on December 15th, 2023. Thank you so much. Yes. So it's not on Saturday. It's tomorrow at 4 for the ribbon cutting. So those of you that want to come out, This is for you, and if you'd like to say a few words, I was there last night. Great beer, great food, such a great addition to the community.
I just want to say thank you for everyone's support. We're so excited to be here and really looking forward to some good times. So hope to see you out there. Thank you.
Okay, moving right along to public comment. Government Code Section 54954.3 provides that any member of the public may address the City Council on any matter not on the agenda that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. The Brown Act, with limited exceptions, does not allow the council or staff to discuss issues brought forth under public comment. The council cannot take action on non-agenda items. Concerns may be referred to staff or placed on a future agenda. Please note that comments from the public will also be taken on the consent calendar and each agenda item at the time it is heard. So before we get into public comment tonight, I just want to say a couple of things. I want to ask that we keep the peace in this room. There's not enough peace in the world, and there's certainly not enough peace in the Middle East right now. And I expect everybody in this room to demonstrate respect and peace to every other person in this room, please. I welcome everybody to speak their truth. I need you to do it respectfully. I will also ask that signs stay at the back of the room. Signs and flags not flood the aisleway here. And with that, I'm opening up to public comment for any items not on the agenda.
Yasmin Bachemaya. Our local community is filled with grief and rage, and so we gather with an urgent demand for Nevada City Council to pass a resolution calling for an immediate ceasefire in Palestine. This resolution will affirm that Nevada City stands united against hate and genocide. This Christmas, every 10 minutes, a child dies in Gaza. Until now, I had never seen a child's exposed heart hang on by sinuous threads, the cavern of their empty chest carved out by a bomb inscribed with our names. We are nearing 10,000 children massacred. The IOF has killed one or both parents of 25,000 children in Gaza. At least 1,000 children are permanently disabled from the airstrikes. How many more will be murdered by Christmas Day? As James Baldwin wrote, the children are always ours, every single one of them, all over the globe, and I am beginning to suspect that whoever is incapable of recognizing this may be incapable of morality. The connection between this violent genocide of indigenous peoples and the genocide in Palestine is clear. Israeli leaders referred to Palestinians as terrorists and human animals to justify state violence, much like native peoples were branded savages by white settlers on this very land we live upon. Before October 7th, 95% of Gaza's 2 million residents lacked clean drinking water. Today, 48% of native households lack water and adequate sanitation. The pattern persists. 90% of Gaza's population are now displaced. Settler states project righteousness upon themselves while demonizing marginalized groups. They deny the legitimacy of self-defense and frame state violence as law and order. Resistance is rebranded as terror to undermine cries for basic human rights. The true victims are those without power. Systems of oppression rely on the indifference of masses, those too comfortable and full with privilege. There will be no more comfort while innocents are slaughtered. My Muslim grandfather, Abu Muhammad, was a refugee from Bangladesh, a country that has always been in solidarity with Palestine. After 9/11, we were falsely labeled terrorists too. Oppressed peoples have always had to prove their humanity. Show us your moral courage. It's time for you to prove your humanity to us. Listen to our voices tonight and call for a ceasefire. Be on the right side of history.
I'm going to ask that there be no applause in the room tonight so that we can get through all public comment. I'm going to ask that if you agree with public comment, you can show physically in a way that is not auditory, so as not to hold up the next person from sharing their own experience, please. And just to be clear, you have 3 minutes. I will be cutting folks off after 3 minutes, so please try to adhere to that. There is a little ticker right here in front of you. You can see the time winding down. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the council, to all those in attendance and those watching on Zoom. I'm Jason Miller. I'm a local businessman, a father of two, a husband, and a practicing Jew. And I have a lot to say in only 3 minutes, so please excuse my pace. We are here to pass judgment on the state of Israel, and that is something that as a progressive Jew, I have done a fair bit of in my life, and something I wouldn't normally shy away from, but tonight I'm here to caution us against it. For one, because it happens to be the case that Israel has a very righteous reason for fighting this fight, and two, because people around the world can't take the time to distinguish between Israeli...
public comment. Excuse me, Jason.
I ask that the board stop the time.
Gabby, stop the timer. Okay, folks. I will shut this shit down, folks.
I don't know.
Hold on, Jason, just hold on. All right, can we reset the clock, please? What's that?
So, Madam Mayor, for the record, I just want to, Dean Pucci, the city attorney, I just want to make it clear that any actual disruption of this meeting will result in members being ejected. The members that have, or the attendees that have caused some disruptions have been warned now by law enforcement and by the mayor. So any further disruptions will result in ejection from the room. Thank you.
I want for people to be able to speak. I want for people to be able to be heard. We have to hear people, even if they disagree with us. It's my job, and it will be required of everyone in this room. And if you can't do that, I need you to leave right now. Thank you.
Israel happens to be fighting a righteous fight, and also people around the world aren't taking the time to distinguish between Jews and Israelis. Nevada County is a progressive, tolerant place, and we don't need to be creating a framework, a policy framework for Jew hating. You can say that we're here to talk about Israel, but I can tell you as a Jew that it's not that simple. 2 days ago, I was on a conference call, and someone who didn't know I was Jewish said, "I can't believe what the Jews are doing." So this is really about the Jews. I can see that Gazan people are dying, and it's horrifying. It's absolutely horrifying, and it has to stop. And we have that cause right, but we have the enemy wrong. This is not Israel's fault, and to declare it as such is dangerous. I ask every parent in the room to contemplate what I'm about to say, but the reality is, I'm telling you right now, if you break into my house and you rape and kill my wife, and you kill my oldest daughter, and you steal my youngest daughter back to your house, I don't care how many people you hide behind, I'm still coming to get my little girl. Israel cannot stop this fight. They have a duty to continue this fight. Any parent would. At the very least, we should be demanding that Hamas release the hostages or let the Red Cross see them. They could return the hostages, surrender, and end the bombing tomorrow. They could end all the death, but they don't. Instead, they serve Palestinian children up in some kind of social media nuclear death bomb, and it's working. It's why we're here tonight. Have you ever wondered why they can build so many tunnels and not one bomb shelter? If I were Israel, I wouldn't care how many councils met 4,000 miles away to tell me that I did not have a right to go fight for my kids, but all we're doing by passing this resolution is making Nevada City less tolerant and more dangerous for Jews. I quote a Palestinian boy, Musab al-Yusuf, who said as an adult, "The fact is few Westerners can come close to understanding the complexities of the Middle East and its people. We should believe him." Are you sure that you want to use the power of the city government to pass a resolution over people that can't make the distinction between Jews and Israelis? I want to point out a few things for the record so that folks can look into them on their own, but I implore you to please Please think through these things. The charge of indiscriminate bombing. If this were true, the war would have been over on October 8th. Israel literally spends the lives of their children to avoid this. Okay, let that sink in. The charge of genocide, we hear this one a lot. Israel has said over and over and over again, the war is not with Palestinians, it's with Hamas. There's no genocidal intention. The Palestinian population continues to grow. The truth is there's no genocide. This is one of the most complicated conflicts in the history of humanity, involving a long history, a small strip of land, and two different views on God. But today, this particular fight, is not about that. Hamas is a religious movement whose charter calls for genocide, literally, is intentionally fighting from humanitarian zones and hospitals as a matter of strategy. These are real war crimes, and I urge you to vote no on this resolution.
Thank you. No applause, please.
Good evening. I respectfully request that this resolution calling for an immediate ceasefire, condemnation of violence against civilians, and ending of U.S. military aid be placed on the agenda for the next council meeting. As a Jewish American and direct descendant of Holocaust survivors, I tell you, when we said never again, we meant never again. After World War II, both of my grandparents were war refugees, mutilated and scarred by the horrific nature of mankind in its efforts to dehumanize and disregard their right to live. As their granddaughter, it is my duty and purpose to speak up and speak out against the unjust declaration of war and hatred towards the Palestinian people. This so-called retaliation is unsanctioned and unprecedented. As never before have we witnessed a population of civilians, primarily women and children, be decimated in this short a period of time and under such false premises. The Israeli government has indiscriminately bombed refugee camps, hospitals, residential neighborhoods, entire city blocks, schools, mosques, universities, institutions of history and culture, and they continue to bomb. Over 89 journalists have lost their lives reporting on the ground, and humanitarian aid can no longer make it through the borders. If our executive branch won't speak for us, the people as we represent ourselves as clearly not supporting our tax dollars being spent on Israel's genocidal and tyrannical government rampage, we must take a stand now and stop funding their war. We have a choice, and our voices can be heard through you. It's imperative that we take this responsibility seriously. Although we are a small town, we can make an impact standing united. We have the power to cut the funding. While the people here debate from a safe distance arbitrary subjects such as the meanings of words like ceasefire and genocide, the Palestinian people are still fleeing for their lives, being told to move south into safe zones and then being bombed in the safe zones. Their families have been ripped apart, their structures of civilization gone, and life will never again be as it was, and I will never be the same. If you've ever wondered what you would have done during American slavery, the Holocaust, the civil rights movement, or women's suffrage, now is the time to act upon a real and present danger. The self-victimization and propaganda being promoted by Israel is very clear in this room. We don't have to be Muslim or support Hamas to understand that murdering over 20,000 civilians and displacing 90% of a population in 2 months is not justifiable. We are demonizing certain ethnicities while glorifying others. As our House of Representatives voted to equate anti-Zionism as anti-Semitism, we're moving towards an era in which freedom of speech is being threatened. This is no longer a question of right or wrong. We have a legal and humanitarian obligation to stop the bombing.
Thank you. I'd like to ask, when folks come up to give public comment, please share your name and your proximity where you live. If you're a Nevada City resident, Grass Valley resident, county residents. Awesome, thank you.
Hi, my name is Batia Olesker. I live in Grass Valley. I've lived in Nevada City up till half a year ago. My kids go to school here. I honestly had a whole thing ready to say, but I'm just really shaken and emotional right now, and I'm just going to try to say whatever's on my mind. Coming here, seeing a big group of people yelling intifada, intifada, which means I grew up in Israel most of my life. Intifada is most of my childhood, where we would get off of buses because we saw someone scary, because we were scared of the bus exploding. My synagogue in front of my parents' house had terrorists come into them and slaughters people's head off while they were praying. 5 of my father's really good friends died in that terror attack. I'm scared. I live here and I'm scared. I came to here 3 years ago with my 2 kids. They grew up here. My heart is like beating out of my chest right now. I came here because I want to teach my kids to accept everyone, no matter who they are, and I wish they'd be accepted the way they are. Celebrating Hanukkah right now, having a big menorah on my car. I'm scared driving around Nevada City with it, Nevada County with it, and I'm saying, does Nevada County really need an foreign policy to deal with? Isn't there enough to deal in this room right now? Do we really need 3 units of policemen guarding our public menorah? Because we're scared something's going to happen. If not, I think there's a lot of a peace and unity to work on in this county and in this town. And I think that's what we should focus on and leave that to people who put their whole life to learn about that. I lived in Israel my whole life, and I wouldn't see enough of myself to come and say, I understand this conflict. I've worked with Palestinian people my whole life. None of us understand that we lived it. We lived through war. We lived together. We worked together. And we don't have the mind to say, we know what should be done. I hope you help us feeling safe. And I also just wanted to say I really appreciate your guys' support throughout all our activities and we've always felt very supported and very safe by you guys, and I really hope that would continue to be that way. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mo. I'm a Jewish Israeli-American citizen born and raised in the capital of the Jewish state, Jerusalem, Israel, and a current resident of Grass Valley. I am deeply appalled and frightened lately by the chants that call for the annihilation of my people, chants such as from the river to the sea, intifada, and calling my homeland an apartheid state, suggesting that my people deliberately kill Gazan civilians and are committing a genocide and an ethnic cleansing when the truth is far from it. The IDF military does everything in their power to minimize civilian casualties, sometimes in the cost of the lives of our own soldiers. The IDF missiles are highly accurate, unlike Hamas that deliberately hides and fires thousands of rockets from schools, homes, and hospitals towards Israeli civilians. The IDF throws hundreds of thousands of pamphlets from the sky and calls civilians on their cell phone, urging them to leave the battle zones. Which other country does this in time of war? None. Did America throw Nazi Germany's population pamphlets before they bombed them? No. Those who are killed in the crossfire are used as human shields for the Nazi ISIS Hamas terrorist group backed and funded by the Iranian regime, which in their charter says in plain sight of the calling of the genocide of the Jewish people. Israel has the right to defend itself from barbaric, bloodthirsty, baby-slaughtering murderers. This conflict is complicated for the Western world to understand, and it started way before the massacres of the 7th of October. War is hell. I know it because I lived it. I grew up in terror, ducking from missiles, avoiding mass shootings, stabbing and exploding buses that took the lives of people that I loved. I've come to America to get away from all the hate, division, and that is the Middle East. I've come to seek peace of mind, only to find ignorant people spewing nonsense and dehumanizing me as an Israeli Jew, speaking of a subject they know little to nothing about that is happening on the other side of the world, raising a Palestinian flag that before 1936 had its Star of David in it. I encourage that the Council stays neutral on this subject and focus more on issues that matter within the borders of this beautiful community. We have your support all along, and we hope to keep on supporting the Jewish community by keeping it safe and not pick sides on something that is bigger than us. Thank you for your time. Happy Hanukkah, and Am Yisrael Chai.
Thank you.
My name is Yehuda Olesker. I'm a resident of Nevada City. Madam Mayor, council members, tonight, concerned members of the public ask that you consider the proposition of a ceasefire resolution regarding Israel's war in Gaza. The distressing images emerging from the region are indeed concerning. You, our local government, are called upon to do so because our federal government has failed to. We might ask ourselves, why is that the case? Is it because our federal government is secretly controlled by bloodthirsty warlords? Or maybe it's due to stacks of cash exchanging hands in the shadows behind the silence and compliance of elected officials. But perhaps, just perhaps, let's consider the possibility that our federal government hasn't done so because the people who've dedicated their careers to understanding this complex matter, who've devoted their lifetime bringing resolution and long-lasting peace to the region, they understand that this matter is deeply complex. The reality on the ground is often more intricate than what we see on our screens and read on social media. They understand that forcing a one-sided ceasefire might not be the right step during this time. It might destabilize the region further and cause more devastation and suffering in the future. Now, we could try and unravel this convoluted matter, bring some expert opinions, perhaps visit the affected areas. We might just, and in due time, we might just start to grasp a better understanding of the complexity of this issue. But until that happens, I'd like to redirect the discussion back to our local community, to our diverse residents, to the safety and security of our citizens of the city. Raising the issue of a potential ceasefire resolution on our city's agenda is not merely an act of overreach, it's a dangerous step towards fostering xenophobic sentiments within our city. It's a step that might fragmentize the vibrant mosaic of our community, potentially endangering the safety and harmony of our Jewish and Muslim residents. Should our city feel compelled to take action in this matter, let it be through a declaration that unequivocally condemns terrorism, violence, and hate. Let it be a resonating statement affirming our unwavering stance against all forms of anti-Semitism and Islamophobia, assuring every resident that discrimination based on religion, ethnicity, or nationality has no place within our city. Let's stand together as a community, united in commitment to peace, empathy, mutual respect, and the absolute rejection of hate in all its forms. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
My name is Suzanne Bader, and I'm a resident of Grass Valley. My speech is going to be a little bit different. I've enumerated all the atrocities happening. I call for an immediate ceasefire. And, you know, when I see what is happening, I don't see how anybody, no matter where they come from or what religion they are, can justify what Israeli soldiers are doing to Palestine. It just breaks my heart. And I think the Israeli people should be angry with Netanyahu and the military. They knew about what was happening. They let it happen just to give them an excuse to go to war. And so I'm going to read my speech now. I will always, parallels between 9/11 and the Israeli attack on Palestine. I will always remember the day of 9/11. I watched the buildings collapse at free fall speed right before my eyes. Life was never the same again. When I was first told about the surprise Hamas attack on unsuspecting Israelis at a rock concert, my immediate thoughts were, my God, this is another 9/11. So here are all the similarities that I found between 9/11 and the Hamas attack. Netanyahu and the Israeli officials were warned repeatedly that something big was planned from Gaza. Netanyahu knew a year in advance about the planned attacks. What did he do about it? Nothing. He let it happen. Bush and his administration were also repeatedly warned about possible terrorist attacks. Both Netanyahu and Bush ignored the warnings. Netanyahu dismissed the warnings as fake news, and Bush, after being briefed about bin Laden determined to attack in the U.S., told his secretary to go back to Washington, and he went fishing. Israeli military and intelligence officials dismissed the Hamas plan as being too aspirational. Our military and intelligence officials simply ignored the warnings and conducted war games that same day. All the defenses were down. And when they saw those planes coming in, they didn't know if they were part of the war games or what. Netanyahu, wait a minute, both Israeli and American military were unprepared for the attacks and dismally failed to protect their citizens. Netanyahu has funded and propped up Hamas, and it is documented. It has also been documented that the Bushes and Saudis had close financial ties. 16 out of 19 of those people who were on the planes, what do they call them? Terrorists. They were from Saudi Arabia. In both countries, the attacks resulted in a resurgence of patriotism and need for revenge.
Suzanne, thank you. Your 3 minutes is up.
Oh, dear.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry. I think I've made my point.
Want to come with me? Good evening. Thank you so much for the opportunity to address this council. Unlike many of the speakers so far, I am not going to argue with you about the facts. On the ground, we all have the news that we listen to. We've all made our opinions. I myself am a Jew. I love being a Jew. I am deeply concerned by the rise of anti-Semitism. I have my beliefs about what it is that are at the roots of rising anti-Semitism globally. I've made my conclusions about what is going on. And in my personal case, what I'll tell you is that I have a great many friends who are not going to, who feel very, Ami Puma, please, who feel very far from me and very angry at me for the position that I have. I run a nonprofit organization, and my single largest donor, by far, will probably never write us another check because of how he feels about my position in support of Palestinian liberation. I have a great many families who will probably never send their kids to my camp ever again because of it. The personal ramifications for me are immense in my personal and in my business relationships. And yet there comes a time when you see the world how you see it, and you simply must have the courage to speak, to take a position. So rather than standing up here and hoping that in 2 minutes I'm going to change anyone's mind, I would simply say that please, if you have it in your heart, if when you look at what is happening in the world, you know that even though it's thorny, that even though people will be upset, that even though there are ramifications personally and professionally, to please have the courage to vote your conscience in this matter. I am absolutely in favor. I will say one last thing. It's been raised, what does a city council have to do? I come from Berkeley. It was the first city council to pass a resolution against supporting apartheid South Africa. And it was a stone that rippled outward. So we know that there is, in fact, very much a history of city and local government expressing its own will, and that becoming the basis for larger conversations and movements for peace and justice to grow. So please don't let anybody in this room tell you that it's not your business. You are elected officials, you represent this community. It's been put forward before you to speak with your own voice and from your own conscience. And if, in fact, what you look out on in the world, and when you see great unfairness and injustice, please, please speak to it. Thank you so much.
Can you share with us your name, please?
My name is Eli Marienthal. I live in Nevada City.
Thank you, Eli.
Hello, my name is Alicia Manor. Good evening. I've lived in Nevada City for over 20 years, and in the interest of fostering peace and stability, it is crucial to acknowledge the facts surrounding the genocide happening in Gaza. More than 18,000 Palestinians have died, 70% of which were women and children. This genocide has gone on nonstop for the last 2 months. The Palestinians are running out of food, and there is no clean water. A ceasefire is imperative to protect innocent lives and facilitate humanitarian aid quickly before disease and famine kill the only Palestinians left in Gaza. We must create an environment conducive to diplomatic resolutions. Let us prioritize the well-being of all and strive for lasting harmony in the region. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Tara Marino. I'm a resident of Grass Valley, and I work for a nonprofit in Nevada City serving Nevada County. I'm here tonight to join others in asking you to adopt a resolution for a permanent ceasefire and to stand with other communities around the country that have made this important statement. I believe that what we've witnessed these last 2 months will be defined as one of the worst atrocities in in history carried out by the US and Israeli government. That is why it's important not only to do this for the Palestinians, but for the community to know, this community to know you won't stand by silent while we all watch the genocide of people live through our screens. The people that are saying this bombing has to continue for the sake of the occupying state of Israel will be those in history that we wonder, how could they be so cruel? I know I felt that way learning about the Holocaust, American slavery, the Jim Crow South, and the genocide of the indigenous people of this continent. I have to believe that everyone is not seeing the constant feed of videos of Palestinians exposing their worst suffering for the world to witness. How could you not want to scream, ceasefire? When I see a video of a murdered baby in their little onesie with lions or flowers on it, I think of the person that lovingly put those clothes on the child and never in their worst nightmares could have imagined people would be clawing their baby's body out of the rubble. Or I see a boy missing limbs, burned from bombs or white phosphorus, and excruciating injuries. I think of my own child and cannot imagine how you cope, if they survive, with the insufficient medical supplies and basic necessities to live. I can go on. There's no end to the suffering. There's not a moment of my day that I don't think of the Palestinians being ethnically cleansed or the Israeli hostages that are being held in this place that is being decimated with Israeli and US bombs. The colonizing governments don't care about the people. They care about power, land, and money. Accusing everyone that speaks up for Palestine of anti-Semitism is an effort to silence and divide us. We are being divided so they can conquer. Please join other communities that have taken a stand by adopting a resolution for a permanent ceasefire and end a US-funded weapons to Israel. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Sherry Tanbrink Villarreal, and I was born and raised in Israel, a granddaughter to Holocaust survivor and a mother in this community for over a decade. Dear council member, mayor, and citizen, I love and cherish my home here. I left Israel searching for a place free of terrorism in my early 20s. After surviving an Al-Qaeda blast that happened on the holiday of Sukkot on October 7, 2004, I didn't want to raise children where we had to be worried about regular bombing and terror attacks. Today I stand here in front of you as a Jew to tell you that I am terrified. Jews and Israelis are a tribe speaking a common language and genetically related, and we are experiencing an unimaginable collective grief and PTSD response from this event. These past 2 months have shown many alarming trends with acts of Jewish hatred rising worldwide by 400%. The Free Palestine movement has not condemned acts of hate targeting Jews, and in some places even chanting "Gas the Jews." I have seen mobs marching with the Arab Revolution flags used to represent Palestinians in one hand and a sign that says "Clean the World" with an image of a Star of David inside a trash can. There is a major propaganda campaign where Islamist organizations are working to erase or rewrite our history for people who get their news and education from social media. This movement is calling for a globalized intifada, literally meaning revolution, but was previously carried out as suicide bombing, buses, restaurants, and teenage clubs, and other acts of extreme violence towards Jews. At present, these revolutionary actions cannot be separated from the Hamas terrorist organization. I have friends and family that lost their lives to terror this October, some who still have missing family members. Extreme leftists were calling to defund the police to make our cities safer. And now this radical left movement wants a ceasefire to allow terrorists to keep their hostages. Rape, murder, and kidnapping is not the type of freedom we want to be fighting for. There was a ceasefire on October 6th when Israel agreed to a ceasefire in exchange for hostages. It was the Hamas that stopped giving hostages and restarted firing rockets at Israel. Ghazi Hamad of the Hamas leadership proudly stated that they will commit the atrocities of October 7 again and again until no Jew is left. Choosing a side doesn't help the Palestinians nor bring peace to our homeland. Taking sides does not support peace as long as humans keep holding one side against the other, feeding division and hatred with all its violent implications. I come to you asking to keep our town peaceful by not being pushed to take sides. It is important to withstand the pressure to call for the U.S. to withdraw its support to Israel.
and hold the full spectrum of this conflict with love and prayer, the effect of your decision would have no impact to the decision maker of the Middle East, and yet a great impact on the vision or inclusion of our community.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Good evening. My name is Dave Brill. I've lived here for, I was going to say a century, but it's not that long, a decade. So we all have differences, and that is crucial and important. Otherwise, we are heading towards a very problematic reality here in our own little community. My arrival here at the City Hall was with the greetings of the words, Intifada, Intifada, long live the Intifada. I ask you, is that what you wish to see in our community? Do you know what that actually means? Not only the etymology of the word, not the actual, but the actual reality of it. I grew up in it. I did not choose. I was born into it. I was born in the West Bank, actually. I did not choose. I was just born. To me, the Intifada was a real thing, not a slogan, not something to be shouted. I had to go to school on a bulletproof bus. People were shouting this on a megaphone in the entrance to our own City Hall, to your chambers. I saw my friends murdered at the age of 14, literally while they were taking a hike. I was at the central bus station when a terrorist started shooting literally at everyone, no differentiation, whether you were old, young, woman, child, baby, gay, straight, Christian, Muslim, or any other. This is Intifada. What would you do if people came into your country, into your community, raped, beheaded babies, killed people without any differentiation? They killed Thailand workers. They didn't care. They killed Muslim people that were at the rave parties. They didn't care. They killed foreigners. They didn't care. And they took them back. We don't know what their fate is. I ask you, are foreign policies the jurisdiction of this council? Is this actually going to make a difference in the Middle East? I want to acknowledge that everyone here is likely here because they care, and they have compassion and care in their heart. I commend you for that. And the conversation around this long-lived conflict is a worthy one. I do wonder how, and can't help but ask, where are the Syrian flags with 500,000 dead? The millions displaced. Where are the flags, resolutions for Yemen with 400,000 dead? Is this because it's dark people killing dark people because there are no Jews involved? From the river to the sea is a slogan taken from the Hamas' own charter in which they write clearly, no negotiations, Article 13 of it, and the goal is to exterminate Jewish people. It is not going to end there. It will come here if we allow it to. And again, Intifada is knocking on our door like you saw outside, and if you didn't, I have videos of it, and I will post them. I do care about Palestinian lives, and I wish for them to be saved from this conflict. It has to be with Hamas ended, period.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Ann Johnson, and I'm here in support of the resolution to end the killing in the Middle East. I was at the board meeting in Grass Valley on Tuesday this week and was very moved by articulate and impassioned speakers on both sides. Many of them are here today. And it occurs to me that both the Jewish people and the Palestinian people have experienced horrific, unfathomable crimes of war spanning many, many years. War is not the natural order of things. I think we all agree that all people have a right to live in peace. The United States could play a critical role in ending this war, not by supplying one side or the other with weapons of war, not by creating obscene profits for the weapons manufacturing industry, not by promoting propaganda, half-truths, and outright lies. We, the American people, need to know the truth. We have seen the pictures of destroyed cities in Gaza. We have heard the numbers killed: children, women, elderly, infirmed, whole families. We've heard about the suffering of the Israeli and Jewish people that has been going on for centuries. But the killing needs to stop. Then, only then, can we hope to find resolution, compromise, negotiation, and ultimately peace. As long as the people of any spot in the world are being bombed to oblivion, we cannot hope for peace in the world. The first thing to do is to stop the bombing. And then maybe, with the grace of whoever spirit in your life might give you direction, with the grace, maybe we can find a solution here. We are here today to implore this board of reasonable and compassionate people to consider this moral dilemma. I understand that the Israeli people have a right to defend themselves, but at what cost? And I don't have the answer in solving this complicated and moral dilemma, but I do truly believe war is not the answer. Hate begets more hate.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm just going to remind folks, no applause, please. Please show your support by hands.
Hello, my name is Gabrielle Godshaw, and I'm a resident of Grass Valley, California for the past 9 years. As you know, over 18,000 Palestinians have been slaughtered by Israel in the last 60 days. These aren't just numbers, these are people. They each have a name, they have a family, they have had a heartbeat, they had dreams and aspirations. They matter. They matter just as much as your children and most beloved. I hear the voices of those who oppose a ceasefire in our community, and I have compassion for their concerns, yet I disagree with some of their views. They say we have no business as a people and as a city to be involved in this foreign policy due to our lack of knowing the nuances of the history between Palestine and Gaza. History is important, but what's more important is where are we going? It's not only our business to participate in foreign policy, it is our duty as well. It's our business because our tax dollars are being used to bomb children and destroy the homes and the lives of thousands. It's our duty because we are human beings, and who are we as a people if we don't stand against this horror and demand better for humanity? I don't know all the nuances, I admit, yet I know enough to know that despite the history of Palestine and Israel, the killing of innocent people does not justify the killing of more innocent people, period. Do we want to use history as a way to justify war, or do we want to use it as a way to learn how to do better? I agree, Hamas needs to be held accountable, yet Israel needs better tactics and a more sophisticated strategy. One that does not include wiping out an entire people and stealing their land. Responding to violence with violence is a strategy that has gotten us nowhere. The only way out of this cycle is for a new wave of leaders to stand up and say, this ends with us. Members of City Council, I ask you, are you these leaders? Are you the ones that say enough is enough and it's time for better? Or are you the ones that stay silent in the face of genocide and contribute to the cycle of human suffering? What world are our decisions contributing to? Instead of sending weapons, we need to be sending humanitarian aid. Instead of our tax dollars being used for war, we need to use our resources to create and find solutions for this humanitarian and political crisis. Instead of our leaders who are, when faced with conflict, lead with war, we need leaders who lead with sophisticated strategies that are designed to foster peace. I'm not saying it's going to be easy. Palestine and Israel did not get here overnight, and they will not get out overnight. The road to peace is long. There are many steps required after a ceasefire to restore what has been broken. But the next step in the right direction is an immediate ceasefire. Members of City Council, I imagine you signed up for these roles because you care about people and you want to make an impact. Well, this is your chance for to make a profound difference. The choice you make for the ceasefire will shape your legacy as well as the legacy of our city. Our city was built upon the genocide of the Native people, yet we have an opportunity as a city to now stand against genocide and evolve our legacy. Members of City Council, I stand before you in a desperate plea that you unify our city in the movement of peace, that we as a city represent and uphold a higher vision for humanity. I urge you to stand with us in the demand of an immediate and permanent ceasefire.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Jax. I'm a resident of Nevada City, and my heart is pounding out of my chest, so I'm going to read what I wrote off my phone. We are all people, and we all want the same things. I like to think that we have more that we can agree on, but I worry that we will continue not to listen to each other. We can agree that the situation in the Middle East is complicated. We can agree that demonizing one side or the other isn't going to lead to peace. I met an Israeli woman last weekend who worries about the future of the Jewish people if they have no country. The racist atrocities of the Jewish Holocaust burn in her heart. But Palestine wasn't Britain's to give away. And as was acknowledged at the time, the bride is already taken. So I'm not surprised by the Palestinian armed resistance, just as I'm not surprised by the Israeli response. I hope another thing that we can agree on, though, is that violence begets more violence. As my young friend with Palestinian roots told me, we have to start by giving Palestinians basic human rights, giving descendants of Nakba the right of return, and installing a secular government. I understand that those aren't things that you can provide tonight, but one of the things that I hope that we can do as a community is organize the folks in this room to speak together, to have maybe some sort of forum that we can start talking with each other instead of yelling at each other. And I respectfully urge the Nevada City Council to pass a resolution supporting a ceasefire in Palestine. With a ceasefire, maybe we can start working toward peace for all people. Thank you.
Thank you, Jen.
Hello, the City Council. My name is Ophir. I'm a resident of Nevada City. I want to say that we all should take side, but before we're taking side as adults that growing in this world, we have to be aware where we're getting our information and to make a responsible decision about what is right and wrong. We all know the history, as much as we know, across thousands of years on this land. And me, that I grew in Israel, I cannot make my mind what is right and what is wrong. But I can know the values that I've been growing on, the people next to me. And let me tell you what they are. I grew surrounded by all colors. My grandfather, my grandmother came from Iraq. They spoke only Arabic before they came to Israel. Grandmother and grandfather from other side of my mom came from Poland, fled from the Holocaust. They all came to Israel. I lived next to Arabs, Muslims, Christians, Africans, Russians, all of them. We all lived at the same place, grew in the same towns, loved each other. We all went to the army, and the army is called Israel Defense Force. I served with Muslims, and I can tell you one thing. Everybody was held accountable against being violent without no reasons. The extent that they would go through to make sure that we are not breaking any rules and not harming anyone for no justice are unbelievable. It is justice. I ask that we all, from both sides, before we're learning from social media or news that are obviously being tamed by people's agenda, we need to look deeper into the topic. We all want to see this stopping. We all want people to live in peace. We all want Israel, Jews, Palestinians, Muslims to live peacefully. And the people on the land wants that. But before we're shouting ceasefire, before we're shouting intifada, before we're shouting from the river to the sea, we have to look very carefully who is turmoiling and who is causing the cycle of violence and who is just want to live in peace and raise his kids and not looking for any troubles. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello,
Happy Hanukkah. Is it the 7th day? 8th, yeah. So I have a lot of Jewish friends, and they've told me lots of horrible things that have happened to them since the terror attacks on Israel happened, getting called slurs and stuff like that. And, that stuff should not be accepted in a community as progressive as us. So I request that violence against Jewish people be put on the agenda for the next council meeting. But I am also a Palestinian American, and I've been to Israel twice, and I've been to Gaza twice. I had a friend there he got killed in 2021, but I'll tell you his story. He never left Gaza in his life. He was born there. He was full Palestinian, only spoke Arabic. The first thing when he wakes up, the first thing he thought about was not killing Jews, wiping Israel off the map. The first thing he thought of when he woke up was, oh my God, I need to be at the bakery at 4 a.m., otherwise my family is not going to have food today, or water. That's what he thought of before or when he woke up, not killing Jews or anything like that. So amidst the bombings in 2021 of February, his house was bombed along with all of his family. And he gave me a call when he was in his hospital bed. He had an arm and a leg missing, and he was bleeding out. And he was crying to me hysterically how he would not survive, and how he wanted me to tell my story to the people backing this genocide that's going on right now. So a few days later, I got sent a photo from his cousin of a shroud, him in a shroud that looks exactly like this one right here. And that was horrifying to me. And I still have family in Gaza, and I'm scared that if we don't pass any ceasefire resolution unanimously as a nation, that the same thing is going to happen to them. I don't want to see any more Palestinians in shrouds. I don't want to see any more Israelis killed. But the people that have the power in this conflict to stop it, one might say it's Israel, but it really is us. We're the ones who give Israel the power to do that. So I do request that a resolution calling for the immediate ceasefire in Gaza and a condemnation of violence against Jewish people be put on the next council meeting agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. And can you remind us your name, please?
Do I need to say it?
You don't have to, no.
Oh, okay. My initials are YH, but.
Great, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Lindsay. I have been a resident of Nevada County for 10 years, living both in Grass Valley and Nevada cities. I come here tonight on a wave of grief for the terrible atrocities that happened in Israel on October 7th, and the unspeakable atrocities that have happened and continue to happen in Gaza, and to ask for your support for a resolution calling for an immediate and permanent ceasefire in Gaza, because it is the only thing that I can think of to do with my voice and with my heart, to stand for life. And so I ask you to take your part in standing for life as a city council. Your role is so important, actually, because our democracy is so fragile in this country right now. And with a majority of Americans supporting a ceasefire, but a minority of lawmakers at the federal level supporting a ceasefire, it is clear that our government is not representing us. Which means that city by city, and county by county, and state by state, and district by district, we must use our governing power so that the federal government hears us and is truly representative of the will of its people. We're calling for a ceasefire. We're calling for an end to the violence. I see I have a minute left, and I just also want to identify myself as Jewish, which is actually frightening for me to do on public record. I was always taught to be careful of how I revealed my Jewish identity because of the centuries of persecution that Jews have faced and the ways that our identity has been used against us. The reason why I say that is because I care very deeply about the threat of anti-Semitism in this town, in our country, in our world. I care very deeply about Jewish dignity and Jewish safety, but I believe that it is coexistent with the dignity and safety and freedom of all people, including Palestinians. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lindsay.
Hello. Someone before me wondered what could motivate the United States to be such a strong ally of Israel. The answer is simple. They are both reactionary, genocidal, settler colonial projects with an unshakable victim complex. Anybody who has protested against racism in the United States has been accused of anti-whiteness. I believe this is what's happening when critics of Israel are labeled anti-Semitic. It is the victim-blaming, silencing reflex of an abuser. If you or someone you know has been abused, you know that the word for it is not complicated. My family came here fleeing the starvation and murder of Ireland under the British. By coming here, they supported the genocide of indigenous people here. It is possible to be a victim of one and an abuser of another. The second speaker said that his children were harmed. If his children were harmed, he would stop at nothing to see the same harm come to their attackers. I wonder what he thinks of the 10,000 Palestinian children killed by the Israeli state. If you eliminate Hamas, but by doing it you kill everyone I love, I can only hope I will be brave enough to start Hamas too.
Hi, my name is Jelena. I'm a Nevada County resident my whole life, over 40 years I've been here. I'm here to call for our community to stand united against genocide. We call for Nevada City to condemn Islamophobia, anti-Semitism, and all hate within our local community. We call for an end of U.S. aid to Israel and for you to call for a ceasefire. Like others have said, it's a small governmental group, and what are you going to do to change U.S. policy? But it all starts local, and you can see how many people in the community are invested in this and are asking you to do something. Other city councils have been passing resolutions. I brought some copies of resolutions that have been passed by Oakland and Davis and Richmond, but if you want these to help you see what ideas and what that could look like to pass a resolution. And I also know that you can't just sit here today and say, okay, we're going to do this. You have to discuss it as a group and as a board, and the Brown Act doesn't allow you to just move forward. So I suggest perhaps you start with putting it on agenda to have this as a discussion item, to start the conversation with yourselves, perhaps to find ways to ask the public to input in many more ways. There are a lot of people here that aren't going to stop coming until you make some sort of decision moving forward on this and start a conversation on your end too. Also, the only other thing that I want to say tonight from listening to everyone on both sides, and the pain and the suffering is clearly not causing anyone to stop being angry. So I don't see how more of it is going to be a solution. The only solution I can see to even get to the point that you can talk is to stop the violence, to ceasefire on both sides. Because everyone says, if my children were killed, of course I'm going to want to go fight back. Well, both sides, their children are being killed. Right now, it's Palestine by thousands of children, thousands of people. So how can you expect them to just say, okay, we'll stop, whereas the other side feels exactly the same, clearly. So the only way I see forward is to stop the violence and do everything we can to stop, and then allow them the space to find solutions. But in the middle of a war, that's not going to happen. So we have to start somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening. I'm Salem Peterson. I currently live in Grass Valley. I
I'm here asking this body to put on a future agenda a resolution calling for immediate ceasefire and an end to military aid in Israel. But before I go further, I want to list just a few characteristics of white supremacy. Right to comfort, fear of conflict, and either-or thinking. I'm really not stoked to be up here speaking, but as a person with a lot of privilege, class privilege, gender, racial privilege, I think it's time for me to stop letting others do the work. And I'm asking all of you, with your political power and any and all privileges you have, to listen, to be uncomfortable, to be brave, and to take a stand. I've talked with some of the people in this room who don't agree with me. And I've tried my best to be engaged and listen when they tell me why it's not only okay, but necessary and righteous for Israel to murder Palestinians, decimating entire family lines. Here are some things I've heard that I would like to respond to. I hope my thoughts will inform your actions moving forward. I hear that this is complicated. Oftentimes, this is a strategy used intentionally and unintentionally to excuse ourselves from doing something scary or uncomfortable. It allows us to disengage. It tells people that we can never be well educated enough to have valid thoughts or ideas about a situation. It's not action-oriented, and it does not allow for change, only status quo. Things can be complicated. The history is detailed, but the concept of wanting to save millions of people who have no way of defending themselves right now is very uncomplicated. Killing innocent civilians by the tens of thousands is atrocious, no matter what word you want me to use to name it. Looking at the time. I'm also hearing that this isn't the purview of our local politics. And again, this is a way to remove ourselves from the situation. It also, again, disempowers us. There are people here who would suggest that the purpose of living in a small town is to be in a safe place filled with harmony. And while we all want that, that also is suggesting that we don't want to deal with the things that are difficult. And I don't agree with that. It's actually really important for local politics, as many people have said and said better than I will say in this time. So I will finish with a quote from Viet Thanh Nguyen, just somewhat recently on Democracy Now! People might like to think war is over when the ceasefire is signed, but for most people who live through a war, it goes on for decades.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Dear Council, my name is Elad. I'm a resident of Nevada City. And I wanted to talk to you about a very important topic to my heart, which is street lights. Yeah, the city is so dark. I try to walk my dog at 5 p.m. after I finish work, and it was so dark everywhere. Seriously, why are we talking about conflict in other places and not the quality of life in our community? Why are we sticking our nose? This country has a problem sticking our nose in every conflict everywhere on the planet, as if this expanding empire is responsible for every conflict everywhere in the whole world. I do not think that we should putting our efforts on conflicts overseas. We should focus on what's important to this community. Like, why is it so dark in the street? I wish I could walk my dog and it was more pleasant. I'm an Israeli.
You're distracting us from the genocide.
All
You
right.
are distracting us from the genocide. All fucking leave. You are distracting us from the genocide.
Opinions are all mine. It's okay. Like everyone here, the conflicts affect my life in an unbelievable way. I've lost friends. I've lost my mind. And I am in so much pain. However, I choose to focus on what's in front of me, on my community, on my family, on my peers, and make sure that our community here is happy as much as we can. We should stop American imperialism. I personally do not support funding of any conflict overseas. We should focus our energy on what's important on this town. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Hila. I live in Nevada City. I don't want to speak about Israel and Palestine because it's too much and 3 minutes is definitely not enough. I just want to speak about what's going on here in this town. They ask you to pass a resolution like in Berkeley. So I want you to know that we already have at least 40 businesses in Berkeley that have signs, no entrance to Zionist, no entrance to Jewish. I don't think we want this in this town. This is a beautiful town. We have coexist here with so many nationalities and people from different religions. I don't want to go to Three Forks in Friday and ask for challah bread for my kiddush and whisper it because I'm afraid. And I don't want to speak with my friend Hebrew and somebody come to me out of the blue and tell me, do you speak Hebrew? Do you agree with what your government does? And I don't want to live in fear. When we came here, I want to show you a video. This is how they welcomed us. Here, in this beautiful town, those people.
Please be respectful.
That's how they welcomed us to this, in this beautiful little town. You really don't want to bring this hate. Instead of standing with the American flag, they stand with the Palestinian flag. Instead of being proud of that they can even say what they feel. Because in Gaza, the people in Gaza, they can't speak. And because I also stand for the people of Palestine. I stand for love, for peace, for freedom, for human rights, for women's rights, for gays' rights, for everybody. And in Gaza, they don't have it. Not because of Israel, because of Hamas. So first, if you really care about your people, we want everybody to be able to live like we live in Nevada City, that we have the freedom of speech. We felt really safe until those last few weeks. If you remember the demonstration on the bridge where we were singing songs of peace and love, and they were standing with signs from the river to the sea. And I spoke with so many of them, and all of them tell me, yeah, you are not allowed to be there. So, and again, I'm going again to the conflict between Israel and Palestine. It's not about that. We want here to live in peace in this beautiful town that you created and your families probably created, and we came here. We want to keep it this way. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Johanna. I live here in Nevada City, and I would like to put my own personal point of view. I was born in Jerusalem and raised in Jerusalem way before the first Intifada. Going there to public school as a Jewish Israeli, we have been taught peace, and at the same time got terrorist attack even before the first Intifada, which means in personal life, people that got bombed on a bus or waiting on tables in Tel Aviv in the second Intifada. There are many Palestinian and Arabs, of course, living in Israel, Palestinian Israelis. And, excuse me, point being, not point being, the house I was born at was built by, in Jerusalem, was built by a Jewish Sir Montefiore in 1860. Father was born in 1948, before Israel was declared as a state. Every single ceasefire that has been called ever since 2005 has been broken by Hamas. Not one of the ceasefires has just kept on going. The last one was broken, not the last one, excuse me, one before the last was broken on October 7th, and the last one was broken now when hostages were given back and Hamas broke it again. So call for ceasefire is not a call for peace. Call for ceasefire will bring the people on the Israeli side in danger again. A call for to bring back the hostages would have made it happen in a second. Hamas would have the option to close all that war in a second and a half. Excuse my fluency in English. So it is most important for us, for people who live here in the community, is to be able to feel safe and not have even one small thing happen to a friend of us because he's Jewish or she's Jewish and has waited on tables in a restaurant and got a small note here referring to her Judaism. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you. I just want to remind folks in the audience, we still have some semblance of a democracy in this room. And in this democracy, everyone is allowed 3 minutes. And I would like to continue to ask that those 3 minutes of each individual be respected without response, without comment. If you would like to shake your head no, that's great. If you would like to put your hands up in support, that is great. If you want to talk during someone else's comment, I will ask you to leave. Is that understood? Thank you. Mikos.
My name is Mikos Fabersoon. I was a resident of Nevada City for 9 years, just moved to the outsides of the town. Some say that history of the region is too complex and complicated for the council to understand. But knowledge of the fundamentals is vital if we are to know why Palestinians in the West Bank, East Jerusalem, and Gaza have been resisting and fighting the Israelis for 3/4 of a century. Seldom is this mentioned in the media. Actually, the history is not complicated. The cause is the takeover and the continuing belligerent military occupation of Palestine by Israel, a now 130-year-old project to form a homeland for Jews based upon the expulsion and expropriation of the non-Jewish indigenous peoples living on that land, all justified by a so-called divine biblical right claiming that Jews are God's chosen people and entitled to the land of Israel. That's the problem. The problem was that Jews were only about 3% of the population of Palestine in the late 1890s when Theodor Herzl, one of the founders of the movement called Zionism, published his book titled The Jewish State. Leaders in the Zionist movement recognized that creating a Jewish state in Palestine required both the expulsion of the native peoples living on the land, as well as the immigration of Jews from around the world to take their place. There isn't time for more history now, but it is important to understand the intent of the Zionists and their aspirations. Here are some of the quotes from the early Zionists. Theodor Herzl, 1895. We must expropriate gently the private property on the state assigned to us. We shall try to spirit the penniless population across the border by procuring employment for it in the transit countries while denying employment in our country. The process of expropriation and the removal of the poor must be carried out discreetly and circumspectly. Moshe Surratt, 1914, who was a land purchase agent after World War II. We have forgotten that we have not come to an empty land to inherit it, but we have come to conquer a country from people inhabiting it, that governs it by the virtue of its language and savage culture. Zeev Jabotinsky, who is a militant Zionist, and from his publication in 1923 called The Iron Wall, we cannot give any compensation for Palestine, neither to the Palestinians nor to other Arabs. All colonization, even the most restricted, must continue in defiance of the will of the native population. It can continue and develop only under the shield of force, which comprises an iron wall which the local population can never break through. The intent is clear.
Thank you, Mikos.
Hi, my name is Leilani, and I wanted to say that the war is not against Hamas, and for people to say that the war is against Hamas and not Palestine is completely false. What you are seeing Israel do to Palestine was a part of a plan that existed long before Hamas did. It is called Plan Dalit, and it was created in 1948. Hamas is just a scapegoat to cover the real reason that this is happening, to eradicate Palestinians from the land and to claim the resources. Palestinians are indigenous to the land. One of the driving motives of this genocide is about oil. It is no coincidence. According to a 2019 UN report, over 3 million barrels of oil exist off the coast and beneath the occupied lands of Palestine. 1.7 billion barrels in the Levant Basin of the Mediterranean and 1.7 billion barrels beneath the West Bank. Unlike what happened with Great Britain and India, Palestinians are not seen as valuable, only an obstacle. I'm not going to dismiss the fears of Jews and Israelis in our community and elsewhere, but what I will say is that it's very telling that you are willing to put your fears of the future over the people who are actively being genocided, because that is what is happening. Anyone who says otherwise has been severely misled and miseducated. When you grow up being told that you are the only victim and that the world has a special hate for only you, you cannot see the suffering of others. One key thing to understand is that the oppressor, Israel, is experiencing a direct result of its actions. I and many others do not condone the hate and crimes against Jews. Do not condone hate crimes against Jews and Israelis. Speaking up for Palestine is not to condone that. To stand with Palestine is not the same as hating Israelis. The war was not on Hamas alone. It is on Palestine and Palestinians. Israel has always been capable of precision. A good example would be a surgical strike when it comes to targeting Hamas, yet we see building after building being leveled. When there is a school shooter in your child's school, do you bomb the school? You don't bomb the school, because there are innocent people who deserve to live. Saying that Hamas hides in these places and is not a viable excuse. Palestinians deserve peace just as much as Israelis and Jews do. Everyone is the chosen people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Diana, and I'm a resident of Nevada City. I come here today requesting that you adopt a resolution in solidarity with Palestine, calling for an immediate and permanent ceasefire and an end to U.S. military aid to Israel. I come here today as a nurse, a healthcare worker, and a human who cares. A hospital should be a place of healing, not killing, a place for treatments, not bombings, a sanctuary for refuge, not terror, a space for hope and not despair. Hospitals in Gaza have been the latter for quite some time now. A job that is challenging at best in ideal conditions has been made impossible. Healthcare heroes face absolute devastation and trauma on a nonstop basis. To quote Dr. Ghassan, Israel's destruction has created the perfect storm for a self-sustaining humanitarian catastrophe that feeds itself beyond bullets and bombs. We've witnessed hospitals come under attack, doctors, nurses, paramedics, patients murdered. We've seen supplies dwindle and run out, surgeries be done without anesthesia, power and fuel disappear, ventilators turned off, newborns, children, teenagers, men, women, and elderly die due to lack of resources, lack of timely care, and unimaginable, inhospitable hospital conditions. Every time we think it can't possibly get worse, every time it does. The violence must end now. If there is any hope of healing these deep traumatic wounds, you must call for an immediate and permanent ceasefire. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana.
Hi, my name is Alice, and I'm a resident of Nevada City. I was raised here, I attended high school here, and then last year I've moved back here to work and live. I'm here to tell you about my experience visiting Palestine. In 2015, I lived in Jordan and had the opportunity to go to Palestine with my best friend. On that trip, I saw the segregation and control tactics that Palestinians deal with on a daily basis. I visited the place where just days before, a 13-year-old Palestinian child had been killed in the street on his way home. This was in the West Bank. And when I went back to Jordan, I asked my Palestinian friends about their experiences growing up. They told me that the scars on their arms are from rubber bullets, from when Israeli soldiers would shoot them for fun on their way home from school. One of them told me about being seized from his home, taken to prison, held and tortured for 3 months without being able to talk to family or a lawyer, and they never told him why. He was 17 when it happened. These horrors were happening in 2015. These horrors have been happening for 75 plus years. And right now we are watching these horrors over and over in the most well-documented genocide ever. Our politicians are ignoring our calls for a permanent ceasefire. Our country funds this genocide. I do not want to be part of a city that ignores the voice of the people. I do not want to live in a city that is on the wrong side of history. I come here today requesting that you add a resolution in solidarity with Palestine, calling for an immediate and permanent ceasefire and an end to U.S. military aid to Israel. Thank you.
Thank you, Alice.
Hello, my name is Rena, and I want to just quickly say I have absolutely nothing against Jewish people or Israeli civilians, and I condemn violence and hate crimes against any and all civilians. I'm here to urge Nevada City Council to call for an immediate ceasefire of the genocide in Palestine, to condemn Islamophobia, anti-Semitism, and all hate within our local community and beyond, and to call for an end to all U.S. military aid to Israel. I've lived in this town, I've lived in Nevada City since I was 3 years old. I pay taxes in this town, and I don't currently feel like my local or national government is seeing me or hearing me. The point of our government in the U.S. is to listen to and protect its people, and that is not happening. The majority of U.S. voters support a ceasefire, and that doesn't even include people who aren't registered to vote, like the teenagers we are leaving this world to, some of whom are here today being brave enough to speak up for what they believe in. The amount of people who attend these meetings in support of a ceasefire should be enough. The record-breaking amount of people who show up in city councils and peaceful protests in the street and in the inboxes and voicemails of representatives should be enough. And the comments that we shouldn't be getting involved in things outside of our country are odd to me because we are and have been supporting Israel's occupation financially for many, many years. We are involved. I'm calling for us to stop being financially involved. I urge all of you sitting up there to think about why you are here, why you want to do this work, and who you are supposed to be supporting and representing. If your answer to today's meeting is to not put a call for a ceasefire on the agenda for the next meeting, then in my opinion, as a collective, you have failed. You have failed all the civilians being affected by this, all of them. You have failed all of us here today, and you have failed yourself. And I genuinely do not say these words in order to harm, but only to inspire. I truly believe failure always has something to teach you, no matter the stakes. This is not a complicated issue. We want the killing to stop. Nothing can move forward until it does. We want all people to have access to food, water, and safety at the very least, and we want our city to stand up for that right. We will not stop speaking out, we will not stop showing up, and we will not stop talking about Palestine. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Jamie, and I've lived in this county for 24 years, raised 3 children here, 2 of whom have just spoken, my daughters, and I'm so proud of them, and I echo their words. And this is the world that we are handing them. I've been working in the mental health field in Nevada County for the last 9 years. To stand for the well-being of families here while ignoring the obliteration of families in Gaza is a double standard. We can state that we are heartbroken, we can speak words of despair, but action is what will make a difference. Stand on the right side of history and let our voices be heard. In your silence, you perpetuate generational trauma. We demand that Nevada City Council call for an immediate ceasefire. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie.
Hello, Council. My name is Uri Goze. I live in Nevada City for about 15 years. My kids were born here and raised here. Originally from Israel, but I live in the States more years than I actually was there. In a way, I'm kind of almost apologizing in the name of the community that you guys have to sustain all this back and forth about one geopolitical issue in the Middle East, among so many others. The keyboard warriors learned about the whole world within a couple of months on TikTok. I'm sorry about that. The issue is really, you know, from some reason unproportionate, very biased. I always wonder why. I mean, after we've been invading the Middle East 20 years ago or so, we did everything we did to Iraq and Afghanistan and Syria and Yemen and who is Libya? Long list. I mean, long list. I don't think these people know how many people died in Syria till now, which is about 500,000, hundreds of thousands of women and children. I didn't see a resolution here, or in what's going on with the Afghan refugees in Pakistan. I don't see the resolution. I don't see people are so sensitive towards real atrocities that has American money, invasions, occupations, all sorts of different wars going around the world. Nothing was mentioned. Any resolution was actually offered. Now, I don't know how effective a resolution would be to solve the problems of the Middle East. I don't think it's an actual jurisdiction, and in a way, it's not only going to not affect the Middle East, I think the Middle East will affect us here if we start dealing with the geopolitical issues. As a matter of fact, if I were you, I would make a motion to not have any resolution that dealing with far out geopolitical, super complex issues, as if we have a committee and a panel and we're going to investigate the issues and we're going to see the whole disinformation and misinformation that I don't even know. I'm afraid that it is funded by, never mind. So if we want to be serious, we either have a panel that would actually make sure that we're not affecting this community really, really badly with division and polarization. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rhea. I live in Nevada City for 13 years. Personally, I'm not able to sleep comfortably at night. I'm very uncomfortable being an American right now and seeing the kind of death and destruction that we are financially supporting and responsible for. And I feel like as citizens that we have a really important role to stand up for international law and be respectful members of the international community. And I think it's very clear by the UN that we're the only country standing in the way of what the UN is doing. So I really feel like that's a really big problem. And I've been calling my representatives nationally, and I'm not getting any response. I'm asking for a response, and so I feel like how we start is locally, so that's why I'm here to ask for permanent resolution on a ceasefire. My children's great-grandparents were in Auschwitz. I have many Israeli friends here in town, and my position is really uncomfortable for them. It's really uncomfortable for me to say what I'm saying. And I just can't, like, people are literally starving in front of our eyes, funded by us. And people are undergoing surgery without anesthesia. And so for me, the only option is a ceasefire and like real, like international, like mediation and like communication amongst the side. Like, how do we solve this really? Because national security is being endangered in the US as well as Israel. Military analysts are very clear that what's going on will not get rid of Hamas. They are like organized for their other littler people to rise up, and that it will create more people. And so, like, I really want for my Jewish friends to feel safe in our town, and I really want that calling for a ceasefire isn't something against them. I'm actually seeing it as something to protect everyone. And I just don't want to see people right now, like in the winter rain, while we're like comfortably trying to like say, oh, we're eating food and having Christmas, when there's like people who like fled their homes without even any warm clothes or blankets. And I don't want to be responsible for that, and I don't know what to do besides like ask you guys, who I actually have access to support a ceasefire like other cities around have done. Thank you.
Thank you, Rhea.
Hi, I'm Catherine Perepsky. I'm a 24-year resident of Nevada City. I just heard about this meeting like about an hour ago, so I'm really not that prepared, but I just want to share my involvement with this issue. And in 2014, Israel was bombing Gaza, and at that time they wound up killing 1,400 people, which was an amazing amount of people at the time, in my view. But I remember there was this picture of this father carrying this little baby, and he was carrying her so tenderly. She was a beautiful baby. And, you can tell no difference. You look at these faces, and they look just the Jews and the Palestinians, and they're all beautiful, beautiful people. Anyway, he was carrying her out of the rubble, and this baby was dead. And so I broke, and I said, I got to go somewhere. And I made a sign saying, stop killing babies. And I came down to the bridge here, and there was this little group here called the Palestinian Working Group, the Nevada County Palestinian Working Group, and they're a group of mostly Jewish people that had been working towards peace in the Middle East. And they were out there with their signs, and so they welcomed me, and I went out there with the sign. And so since then, I have been very involved with this issue. And what we did was, I'm in charge of their Facebook group, which is the PWIG, Palestinian Israel Working Group. And the reason why we have our little Facebook group, which we have 146 people now that are on it, is because we felt so intimidated about putting it out there about what Israel is doing to the Palestinians on a regular basis. Our mission was to educate people, and so we brought in a lot of speakers, and we brought in Rachel Corey's family. Rachel Corey was run over by a bulldozer, a Caterpillar bulldozer, trying to protect a doctor's house. We brought in her parents, and they did a play called My Name is Rachel. And we brought in Ian Burnett. He was nominated for an Academy Award for the best documentary. He did 5 Broken Cameras. And we brought him right here to Nevada County. And he spoke to us, hardly anyone, a few people showed up, and that was the interest at the time. And at the time when he was nominated, Israel didn't let him come. They blocked him from coming. So Michael Moore had to attend for him. So, fast forward, Israel, to get him back for making that film, they have taken his 2 oldest sons and they've put him in
Kathy,
prison.
I'm sorry, your time is
without
up.
charges. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Shirley Osgood.
I've been debating what I'm going to say, but I want to start by saying that a few weeks ago, or a couple of months ago, 3 months ago, I was in the mini playground in Grass Valley in Condon Park with my granddaughters, and a very nice young man shared a bench with me, and we sat and talked, and I thought it was a sweet conversation. I enjoyed sitting and talking with him. And he's in this room tonight, and he's originally from Israel, and I just want to say I'm really, it's despairing to me of the things that the Israeli people that live here have said that they've had to go through for somebody's child to be, questioned about, is he a murderer at school, and things like that. That's just not acceptable. And that's the first thing I just want to address. That being said, well, I do want to say I have no animosity towards anybody. I don't hate anybody. I can only think of one person that I might possibly hate at this moment in time. But anyway, I was in Germany when it was about 15 years after the war was over. I was over there with my dad in the military. He was in the military. And it was a time when the Germans of the generation of the war, their children were asking them, what did you do? What did you do? How did this happen? Tell me what was going on. Because their children were becoming aware that Germany had a pretty damn bad reputation. Anyway, I would just like to say that I hope that you all will be able to be grateful that you did something and you did the right thing in making a resolution against the genocide that's happening. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shirley.
Hi there, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I wonder if everybody's heart is beating as fast as mine is right now when they're up here. To my Israeli kin who have spoken tonight, thank you for sharing your experience. I am holding some of the questions and looking to examine them more in myself. Why didn't I speak up more about Syria? Was the fighting I did against our bombing in Iraq enough? And what can I do today? And at the end of this, I get to go home to my beautiful, vibrant 3.5-year-old child, who is an incredible soul. 2 days ago, he came home from school, and he doesn't see any media, like a lot of Nevada County kids, but at school, friends are playing superheroes, and there's been a lot of talk about bad guys. And he said, I like to be a bad guy. And I said, well, what's a bad guy? And he kind of thought about it. He's like, a bad guy is somebody who doesn't do the right thing. And he said, but that's just something that's made up, right? That doesn't exist. And my heart stopped, because every night I have been crying over what is happening in the Middle East, over my role as a white colonialist settler upon these lands in the atrocities that are happening there. And when I come to bed and I see him, and I wonder, in a couple of years, when he starts to see the spectrum between black and white, between pain, between love, grief, suffering, praise, will he ask me, what did you do? Mama, what did you do? Why did you do nothing? Why didn't you stand up? How could you watch tens of thousands of children, babies, families torn apart and killed and do nothing? So I implore you to please do something. Call for an immediate ceasefire. Demand defunding the militarized efforts in Israel that we have funded for the entirety of its existence. And do what's right. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Bar Adam, and I am a resident of Nevada City. I am also an Israeli, also an American, and also a Jew. Sorry, my voice is very shaky. On October 7, I lost multiple family members and friends. They did not get a ceasefire. They did not get to say, vote for ceasefire for me. A lot of them were even activists for peace, people who believed in helping and doing stuff to bring peace. But when the Hamas terrorists came in, they did not ask anybody, who are you? What are your beliefs? I do not want to get into the graphics of stuff because I can't. I can't for myself. It's too painful for me. I don't want to pass it on. But for my surviving family and my surviving friends, the ones who were able to get out of there, I beg you, don't take away their right to protect themselves. Don't leave my family and friends without the ability to live, to just live and be pro-life. And I also want to say that when people stand here and say that there is no anti-Semitic stuff in our community, I can stand here and tell you, I was in CVS with my children and speaking Hebrew. Someone asked me what language it was, and when I replied Hebrew, he asked me, how can I sleep at night with Palestinian blood on my hands, and spat right in my face. That is anti-Semitic. That is what I fear for me and for my kids living in this community. I am scared to send my kid to high school. And that shouldn't be anybody shouldn't need to be scared. A friend of mine today, her son goes to Gadodi, sent me a picture. Her son came home and someone stuck a swastika on his backpack, told him that the Jews are Nazis. I don't want our town to look like that, and I beg you to help me bring peace back, both to my family and friends, and to us living here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. My name is Debbie Eldridge. I'm a 10-year resident of Nevada County. I'm here to express my strong opposition to the proposed resolution calling for a ceasefire by Israel. There was a ceasefire on October 6th. Hamas broke that ceasefire on October 7th when they invaded Israel and deliberately targeted civilians, killing 1,200 people and wounding 2,000 more. They raped and deliberately mutilated and murdered young people enjoying a music festival and families in their homes. They gang raped women so violently they shattered their pelvises. They cut women's breasts off and played with them and then shot the women in the head. They cut an unborn baby out of its mother's womb and stabbed it to death. They burned children alive and roasted an infant to death in an oven.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
They incinerated families with incendiary grenades thrown into their homes. They kidnapped hundreds of civilians and dragged them into their tunnels in Gaza to hide behind them as hostages. They used civilians in Gaza as human shields, hiding in hospitals, schools, mosques, and playgrounds. All of these are war crimes. Imagine the terror and pain of the people who were attacked that day as they enjoyed music with their friends, of the parents as they tried to save their children, and of the women who were brutalized. Imagine the grief and horror of families and friends left behind and the survivors who tried to recover physically and emotionally. Hamas videoed their atrocities and celebrated their horrific crimes and reveled in the murder, rape, and mutilation of innocent civilians. They bragged about how many Jews they killed.
you. Goodbye.
They've said they plan to do it again. Hamas must be defeated the way ISIS had to be defeated. Where is the condemnation of the barbaric atrocities committed by Hamas? Where is the sympathy for the men, women, children, babies, and grandparents who were butchered, tortured, and maimed by Hamas? Where is the concern for the hostages held by Hamas and the demand that they be released? Where is the demand that Hamas stop hiding behind civilians in hospitals, schools, and mosques? Where is the call for a ceasefire by Hamas? Where is the demand that Hamas recognize Israel's right to exist? Israel has not occupied Gaza since 2005, but Hamas's clear stated goal is the annihilation of Israel and the genocide
Thank you.
of
Your
the
time
Jewish
is up.
people.
Your time is up. Thank you.
I got interrupted.
Everybody got 3 minutes. She stopped the time. Thank you. Your time is up.
She didn't stop the time.
She did. I saw her. Thank you. Your time is up.
Hi, Council. My name's Jonah Platt.
Jonah, I'm so sorry. This will be the last public comment. Thank you. Yes. Yes. Everybody has a right to be heard. I've already set the ground rules. The ground rules have been violated. We cannot silence people with whom we disagree. That is not democracy.
We didn't do that. You're silencing us. You're silencing us. We can't police each other. If people want to do what they want to do. Do it at home. There's only four more hours.
Jonah, please proceed.
Hey, I am asking for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. The small step you can do to get that is passing a resolution would be helpful. I have a Jewish family. I have family in Israel. I'm not saying that, murdering people in Israel is good. I'm saying that we shouldn't be murdering civilians in Palestine, and I'm saying that there is a long history of colonization and genocide and ethnic cleansing that has been happening over there. There's a lot of demonizing of the Palestinian people, which I don't appreciate hearing in this place and in Grass Valley as well. And I don't think anyone is suggesting anti-Semitism, that it should be happening. I work with teenage boys, and they're definitely, some of the things they say are anti-Semitic. Some of the things they say is bullying. And I think that's a cultural issue. Among many young people, not among all young people. And I think it's an educational thing. I think in Nevada County, we're, I'm pretty sure, the whitest county in California. There are a lot of issues with racism in this county. We were built on the gold rush and through the genocide of the Nisenan people, who are still alive today. And I think we have to look at a larger decolonizing approach and look in the rest of the world, and right now that is with the Palestinian people. And I think we can't allow any more people to die and be murdered. You can look at it from a few different lenses. One is that, genocide is happening and it's bad. And there's a lot you can do in your own research, or we can support you in that and learning that the genocide happening over in Palestine is bad, and that Israel is the aggressor, and that Israel is killing civilians where they don't need to. They don't need to. They don't need to kill civilians to go after Hamas, but they are. And then you can consider that you have the power to have some influence over that. And yes, this is a hot topic, and a lot of people have a lot of emotions behind this topic. And sometimes the hardest conversations are the most important ones to be had. Thanks.
Thanks, Jonah. I'm calling for a 10-minute recess. We'll reconvene at 8:35. I know. I mean, that's... Hi, folks. I'm calling us to reconvene, please. I'm going to ask everybody to take their seats first, please. I want to take a moment to acknowledge the emotions in the room. This is not an easy topic to discuss, to disagree on. My emotions are high as well. I am a human being. I'm an activist. And I want to reconvene public comment. And what I would like is I will ask anybody who would like to speak in a moment to stand in line. And whoever stands in line, that will be the end of public comment. And I'm going to ask that we adhere to the standards that I laid out previously, which is to allow people their 3 minutes, whether we agree or disagree with them. I know it's hard to listen to people we disagree with, but I will say these justice movements are not going anywhere. We have to build capacity, and part of that capacity building is to sit in rooms and listen to people with whom we don't agree. Okay? I'm going to ask that you do that. And if you don't, if there are disruptions, we will ask you to leave. And I don't want to do that. I want people to stay. I want people to stay in this, to continue to be as uncomfortable as I am. I'm going to invite folks to create the line for public comment, and then that's going to be our cap. Everybody in the room, join the line, please. Like I said, this is still some semblance of a democracy. Let's go. Josh.
My name is Josh. I live in Nevada City. I'm sure most of you already know who I am. And I want to say that the claims that we are all anti-Semitic for standing for the freedom of Palestine are not only unbased, but insulting. Some of my closest friends are Jewish. I have friends who were born in Israel who can speak Hebrew, and I don't have an ounce of hate against them. I have Jewish family, and I don't hate them, I love them. I have Jewish friends who I love. There are Jewish people in this room who I love. I don't despise them. I think that it's insulting to call us anti-Semitic because we are standing for the freedom of all people, Palestinians, Jews, and any other person in any other nation. Just last night in Oakland, a menorah was vandalized. That was a terrible anti-Semitic hate crime. And in response to that, the local Palestinian communities in Oakland rallied together in support of the Jewish community. They rallied in support against that hate crime because this movement is built on equality and freedom for all people, not just for one people. And that equality must come through a free Palestine. And that's why we're here today, because we support freedom for all people. And that has to come at a small level because our leaders in our government aren't listening to us. And so we need to take a stand in every city, in every town, in every county, everywhere across this world. We need to take a stand for the 20,000 people who have died in Palestine, for the 2 million people who are being displaced from their homes, and for every person in every nation which is facing a war. I've seen people here today say that we don't care about other countries and that we're only caring about Palestine because of the Jews. That is not wrong, it's also insulting. People in this room, many of them have protested against other wars. Many of them protested against the invasion of Iraq. I myself, I've donated money to Yemeni kids who are being bombed by American bombs. I myself have stood against every war in every nation. This isn't different because of the Jews. This is different because it's happening now at an unprecedented scale and an unprecedented level. That's why we're in this city council today. I would hope that you would pass a resolution against all wars in Sudan, in Syria, in Yemen. But right now, the one in Palestine is the most pressing. And that is why we are here today. I would also like to add that our original demand for a resolution included condemning hate against Jewish and Muslim people. That was originally and always has been part of our demand, because that is not something that is exclusive to a ceasefire. So I'm here today asking that you put onto the agenda for a next meeting a resolution calling for a ceasefire, an end of U.S. military aid to Israel, to condemn a condemnation of all hate crimes against Jewish and Arab people. Thank you.
Thank you, Josh.
Hi. Can you hear me? Am I working? My name is Noga Wazansky. I'm speaking today as a Jewish, Israeli, American resident of Nevada City. And from this position, I'm calling on the Nevada City Council to join other U.S. cities in a call for an immediate ceasefire and end to the genocide in Gaza, and to condemn Islamophobia, anti-Semitism, and all hate within our community. These calls do not contradict one another if we follow the principle that every human being deserves safety and protection of their human rights. The massacres and civilian hostage-taking by Hamas in southern Israel on October 7th were atrocities, and they represent war crimes. I condemn them, and I'm grieving personally. But to quote UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres and many others, including people in this room, this crime did not happen in a vacuum. It cannot be lifted out of history. It can't be dissociated from a 16-year crushing Israeli siege and repeated military assaults on Gaza that have killed thousands of Palestinian civilians since 2007, or from an apartheid military regime in the West Bank, which I have witnessed on the ground, or a decades-long refusal of many Israeli governments to accept the right of Palestinians to freedom, equality, and self-determination. To recognize this context is not to justify the Hamas massacres. Explaining something doesn't mean justifying it. We seem to have lost the ability these days to make such straightforward distinctions. But we must work to do so even as we grieve. It isn't complicated for me to see that Israel's punishment of an entire civilian population through industrial-scale mass killing is an atrocity. Or to quote Israeli historian Raz Sigal, a textbook case of genocide against Palestinians. And to cite the Israeli, Jewish, and Palestinian peace activists who I talk with, the only thing that will stop the Israeli government from its current vengeful course is pressure from outside, first and foremost from the U.S., but sadly, with its one-sided support for Israel, the enormous war package Israel is receiving, paid for with our taxes, and the U.S.'s recent shocking veto of a UN ceasefire resolution, our government has made us all accomplices in this ongoing war crime. And this is why people all over our country are rising up to call for an end to the killing, and why people need their local governments to take a stand and help mount this pressure. Please understand that calling for a ceasefire to stop the dying of Palestinians goes hand in hand with upholding safety for people in our community. What my friends in Jewish Voice for Peace have been saying for decades is acutely true today. Never again means never again for anyone.
Thank you. Your time is up.
My legal name is Stavrula Belios. I come from the Mediterranean. I see your last name, so a part of me, I'm half Greek. I was born and raised in Greece for the younger part of my life, and a part of me is North African. My father is from Morocco and Egypt. And I just want to say, as a person, as a human being, I don't have anything formal to say here. I echo what so many people have said here today, especially the youth that have come forward in such courage. But what I want to say to my fellow Israelis, Greeks and Israelis have a beautiful relationship. Greeks and Middle Eastern people also have a beautiful relationship, as well as Greeks and North Africans, my two lineages, is that my people have come through countless genocides that have lasted even through the early 1900s that I'm sure a lot of us aren't even aware of. They haven't been televised. We haven't had the social media that we have right now to see what's going on. And if we did, we would be standing up for those as well and standing up against those as well. I understand the Israeli pride, and I also understand the Israeli plight. I understand the fear of my Israeli brothers and sisters. I understand the fear of my Middle Eastern brothers and sisters as well. So when I call for a permanent ceasefire, I'm not calling for more conflict. I'm calling for a permanent ceasefire so that we can also, I understand the feeling in my blood and bones of what it feels like when I hear a Turkish name. When I hear a Turkish person, Greeks and Turks have a very long-standing history that is just as tense, and it has been tense for thousands of years, that the Palestinians and the Israelis have right now. I understand what it feels like in my bones when I hear a Turkish name or when I see a Turkish person, but I allow that to be a second, and I need to also be a mature human being and understand that my Turkish brothers and sisters are not all terrorists, and that it doesn't justify a genocide against them in order for my people to stay safe. So I'm asking, again, for a permanent ceasefire, because when is it going to, I guess my question is, how long will it take until Israelis feel safe and feel comfortable? Do we have to kill all the Palestinians in order to feel that we're not going to be hurt? Or is Hamas, is it an idea? Is it going to come up again over and over again? If we kill all the Palestinians off, again, I believe that this idea is going to resurface, and I don't believe that violence is going to solve the problem. I feel really sick, I feel really sad, and I feel depressed a lot about this, about the conflict in general. And I empathize with all the people involved, and I do call for a permanent ceasefire. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Saravi. I'm a Nevada City resident. I'm here today to call for an immediate and permanent ceasefire and to demand an end of U.S. military aid to Israel. First, let me make clear that calling for ceasefire is in no way anti-Jewish. Jewish people are our allies and distinct from Zionists, the latter who endorse the militarized colonialist state of Israel, a nation who has created a modern-day apartheid fraught with long-standing, widely documented human rights issues, the root cause of this current catastrophe. I stand here as a Hindu with some of my dearest friends, clients, and colleagues being Jewish, Muslim, and Christian people. I firmly believe that there will not be peace for anyone until there is lasting peace and justice for Palestinians who have experienced unimaginable loss, hardship, and humiliation by the Israeli occupying forces since 1948. This is not just my opinion. It's the testimony of millions of Palestinian people and the firm belief of countless journalists, historians, political and social scientists, activists, aid workers, and citizens across the entire globe. This is a humanitarian issue. This is a human issue. I too want the hostages to be free. The hostages being held by Hamas, as well as the Palestinians that are being held in Israeli prisons right now without any conviction. The only way that this is achieved is by ending this genocide permanently and speaking honestly with one another about what led us to this dark moment, when citizens such as myself must explain to others why indiscriminately bombing civilian populations, hospitals, and refugee camps is unacceptable and condemnable as war crimes. I deeply condemn funding this atrocity with our tax dollar and will not stand down until I see a free Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Kevin. I've lived in Nevada City 9 years. How deeply concerning it is that we have to be here to convince a governing body that the right thing to do is publicly denounce genocide. How deeply concerning it is that the privilege afforded us in this society isn't used to change the story, but to maintain the grip of the dominator culture narrative. It's appalling that the story persists, but this is where we're at. You're up here, you're up there, because you were voted in to receive and communicate the interests of this community. The interest of this community is to change the narrative. I know it goes against the way things are done in this country, but that's why we're here. The story must end. And thank you for your time.
Thanks, Kevin.
Hi, my name is Hila. Thank you all for being here and hearing us. I'm in pain because the ignorance of people is beyond me. People need to learn history before they start speaking, the history of Israel and why and whom renamed it to Palestine. And even if it was changed, there was still people, Jewish people living there for thousands of years. My family, personally, from 1800s, and I'm sure it's even before that. So to call Israel not Israel is beyond. Oof. I'm sorry, I'm a bit emotional here. Let's educate those people by asking them about the ceasefire, that on October 6th there was a ceasefire. And on October 7th, the ceasefire was broken at 6 a.m. 6 a.m. early in the morning to innocent people, people who were helping Gazans, like driving them to hospitals, and they're fully pro for peace. It was shooting and beheading, rape and torture to kids, all ages, to women, to older people, animals. No one was spared, and if they were taken to Gaza as hostages and being tortured over there, as young as a 9-month-old baby. Who takes that as a hostage? We are all people here that we say that we are for pro-people. And where are those hearts of all of you behind me for pro-Palestine? And I'm for all the innocent pro-Palestinians. But where are all of you people there when October 7 hit and all these stories about what happened and how the horror stories that we saw, and you refused to see them? Another point to take is that Israel has no hostages, only prisoners. And even those prisoners they take to hospitals and being taken care of. Kids on both sides are killing is wrong, and it's been done by only one, which is a terrorist organization. I work with the German television news in Gaza, and I got to see footages of kids in Gaza from ages of kindergarten singing hate songs from very young ages, younger than even teenagers, blindfolded, boys and girls, disassembling and assembling weapons. They're the ones who are sending kids and killing them. I have a lot more to say, but I will just finish this because I'm too emotional. That Golda Meir, many, many years ago, was saying to the same situation. She said that peace will come only when Arabs will love their children more than they hate the Israelis, the Jews. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Hila.
Hi, I'm Linda. I'm from Grass Valley. I'm not a public speaker, so I'm just felt I had to come up and say something because, like a lot of people here, I always wondered how it happened back in Germany and how Germany was able to kill so many people. And now I know how it's able to happen because it's too frightening to stand up against it. And I had a sign myself just saying Free Palestine, and people drove by me and did this, and very horrible. So being treated badly and being scared and getting your feelings hurt and having things said to you is no excuse for what we're doing. There's no excuse. I don't care what anybody says to me or does to me or says to somebody. Words can be horrible, but what's happening in Palestine right now is beyond words. And the atrocities that they said were committed, even the reporter who said somebody's beheaded came out and said it was fake. That's totally false. And I've seen interviews with people that were released from Hamas, were totally well-fed, well taken care of. This is just a bunch of lies. And they have more money to spread the lies, and the genocide is happening now. And so I'm just speaking out because we have to do something. And back when did we know about what was happening back then? Maybe we did, and maybe not enough people spoke out. But anybody who feels this way needs to come out and stand up, and we're not going to forget what's happening, and we're not going to go away, because this is, videos of people running with parts of their children. I don't know if you guys have all seen this, but I was completely shocked, and I couldn't even believe this was happening, and my own country was supporting this, and the whole world, the leaders seemed to be supporting this. I just couldn't even believe this was happening in this day and age. But anyway, I just wanted to get up and say my piece. Please, I implore you, it is our duty to do this now. Who's going to, if not us, when? If we don't stand up, who's going to? Little pieces make a huge block and a big foundation, but we got to start somewhere, and we have to say, no, we won't stand for this. At least it's not going to hurt anybody else in the room. It's not going to cause anybody to be more fearful than they already are, just because we say no. We're not taking sides. We'll say, no, we will not have this happen in our name, and we're going to say no. We're not going to let these babies with their limbs blown off. They're going to grow up. They're going to live their whole life without a leg. They're going to go live their life. It's not just a boom. They're gone. It's off the media. These people are going to live forever with these scars and tortures and families blown away. 10, 15 people in their family gone, orphans. So I just wanted to speak up, and I didn't know what I was going to say, but that's what I thought.
Thank you.
Many of you hear me? Oh. Many of you here know me. My name is Rabbi Nachum Yusowitz. I'm the rabbi in the local Jewish community at Chabad. Good evening. Happy 8th night of Hanukkah. Hanukkah is a time of miracles, a time of light. Firstly, I want to thank our incredible city council, our honorable mayor Daniela Fernandez, Adam, Lou, Gary, Doug, sorry. And thank you for your commitment and dedication to the people of Nevada City. I also want to thank our chief of police, Daniel Fass, who called me on my cell phone this week to ask what more he can do to make the Jewish community feel safe. Ever since my wife and I moved to Nevada City 6 years ago, we have been touched by the warm reception we received. The beauty of this area is that people, no matter their differences, can feel welcome. And a resolution making demands or criticizing Israel at this time that many people are in pain would deeply and needlessly alienate most Jews who live in the city and divide our city. Anti-Semitism has exploded in our country after October 7th. Emotionally intense protests and statements against Israel and for Hamas have very easily and almost naturally bled over into anti-Semitic harassment and attacks against Jews and Jewish establishments. Even here in Nevada City, I've heard from many Jewish people who are afraid to light a menorah this year in their window, or contemplating taking down their mezuzah on their door. They're feeling more unsafe now than ever before. I believe a city proclamation critical of Israel, no matter how worded, bears a significant risk of inflaming further harassment and hate crimes against members of our local Jewish community. I'm here to request that the City Council focus on things that unite us rather than divisive proclamations. And may we merit very soon, through our good deeds and acts of goodness and kindness, to usher in an era of redemption, a time when we will have global peace forever. Amen.
Thank you, Rabbi.
Hello, my name is Gal. I'm a resident of Nevada City. I have 2 kids that are going to school here. I don't want to talk about my own loss in this crazy October 7. I want to tell all the people over here that I used to march with the Palestinian flag in Israel, protecting and doing a lot of things with the Palestinians and for the rights of the Palestinians. I have a lot of Palestinian friends. Probably I know more Palestinian than anybody here in the room. I was walking with them. They were sleeping in my bed. People from Gaza that coming to work, and want their quiet and want their life and just want to build their houses. But after what's happened on October 7, and the amount of friends that I lost that was marching with me, also Muslims, it just feels that this war, as much as it's hard to say, I can't even say that it's right. It's hard for me to say right because it's not us. It's not us. We were marching for peace and we still want peace. Israel people are peaceful. Yeah, Israel did a lot of mistakes in the 70 years that we built it. But Israel is not going nowhere. And Israel is going to be there and going to be where it is. And we live together, Muslims and Jewish and Christians in Israel, together, doing everything together, going to school. You can see how many percentage are going to working in the health care, like how many doctors. 20% of the population in Israel are Muslims. 50% are doctors and nurses. We have a Supreme Court judge that is Muslim, so don't talk about apartheid. Yeah, there is a lot to do in the West Bank, and I personally, believe, and many like me believe in the two-state solution. I don't think that what you can bring over here can change a lot in this conflict. I don't think that people understand who is the Hamas and what kind of organization it is. And I hear from my friend in Gaza, with all the sorrow, how the Hamas destroyed their life more than Israel or anybody else. And we don't believe in war. We don't believe in war. Our weapons is to survive. We are just defending ourselves.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Jeffrey Gottesman from the Peace and Justice Center of Nevada County and Jewish Voice for Peace. Thank you, Mayor Fernandez, for guaranteeing people the right to speak without being interrupted. Support that. So I can either speak or sing. What's your choice? All right. So I wrote. Here's a song that I wrote in 2014 during the last bombardment of Gaza. And the sad thing about this is that, it's the same deal, but worse, 20 times worse now. When I was a booker coming up in the hood, Germans were bad and us Jews were good. Hebrew school dad said, "You've been slacking, just don't grow up and drive a Volkswagen." After 2,000 years of subjugation, State of Israel's the symbol of our liberation. Lie, lie, lie. Why 500 Gazan children had to die. Lie, lie, lie. Why 500 Gazan children had to die. 3 generations of occupation, illegal settlements, walls, and humiliation, censored by 95% of the United Nations. AIPAC owns the president and congressional delegation. Ask Congresswoman Cynthia McKinney about how AIPAC punishes those who speak out. Lie, lie, lie. Why 500 Gazan children had to die. Well, I've heard your story about the Arabs in tent. Camel's nose today, tomorrow we're paying rent. Just the West Bank is fine with me, but tomorrow Palestine from the river to the sea. Still, you can't run a prison camp indefinitely with millions of people in misery. Lie, lie, lie. Why 500 Gazan children had to die. before we sent arms, trainers, and Gelt, fundamentalist Islam was a tiny cult. Hamas began as a Mossad invention, colonial divide and conquer intervention. But Hamas and Likud are the real allies, cutting out the middle from either side. Maybe the real Arab enemy is a socialist secular democracy. Lie, lie, lie. Why 500 guys and children?
Thank you, Jeffrey. Your time's up. Thanks for the song.
Hi there, my name is Charlie. I am a resident of Nevada City. I'm here tonight to speak to council about the ongoing genocide in Palestine that is being financed by the United States. A lot has already been said tonight, so I just want to take my time to echo the sentiments of my comrades. I think most people sitting in this room definitely condemn all acts of anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, anti-Arabic sentiments in our town, our country, and frankly, the Western world. As far as this council, I'd like to say that morality doesn't have a jurisdiction. Honoring the sacred lives of children and innocents is a human condition. It's not determined by borders or race. The children of the world are ours. It is our duty to protect them and each other. I support the council in adding a resolution to the agenda to condemn all hate crimes, but I also believe that the liberation of oppressed peoples can only be achieved through the liberation of all oppressed peoples. Bombs will not bring peace, they will only bring destruction and pain. This genocide will not liberate the Jewish people. It certainly won't liberate the Palestinians. Clearly, this is an important topic to many people in this community. We who are horrified by the actions condoned and taken by our government now ask our community leaders, you all, to hear our call. Declare unanimously that Nevada City does not stand with the continuous violence the United States enacts upon the world. Add a resolution to the agenda demanding an immediate and permanent ceasefire in Palestine. As a constituent of this council, I call you to action. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie.
My name is Ian. I live near and organize in Nevada City. Since bringing the issue of Israel-Palestine to this council, my people and I have been told that we as Nevada County residents should not decide what is best for Palestine, and furthermore that the topic isn't even suitable for public forum by nature of its complexity. While I agree that Nevada County residents should not decide what is best for Palestine, which is why we dedicate ourselves to amplifying the voices on the grounds in Gaza that know better than anyone else what they need, an immediate, permanent ceasefire, I want to challenge the latter assertion. I believe that this council is exactly the right place to be talking about this. These discussions are not new, especially not here. Nevada City has its own long history of colonialism and genocide that we are just now taking steps towards truly acknowledging and repairing the deep wounds of, with the City Council resolution affirming the Nisanon's presence passed last meeting. I urge the council to be consistent in your commitment to preserving Indigenous life and culture. As we are gathered here tonight, Israeli soldiers and settlers further their genocide of Indigenous Palestinians, funded by American tax dollars and supplied with American weapons. We must condemn and take action, and we must do it now, not a few hundred years later from now, when fractured remnants of Palestinian heritage and a few disenfranchised elders fighting for recognition are all that's left. We have the opportunity to reckon with our shameful legacy of genocide against the Indigenous people of this land. And we have the opportunity to reckon with our legacy of the amplification of anti-Arab Islamophobic propaganda post 9/11 that manufactured consent for US atrocities in the Middle East just 2 decades ago, when racist, fear-mongering politicians convinced the American public to endorse the slaughter of hundreds of thousands of civilians in the Middle East. Nevada City is home to many veterans and peace activists who have long been outspoken about the harms of imperialism, especially during the so-called War on Terror, and I urge the council to heed their wisdom when they say, never again. We have the opportunity to recognize that misinformation and hateful narratives in our county are manufacturing consent for US-sponsored atrocities in the Middle East once again. And furthermore, that the rise of racist, Islamophobic, and anti-Semitic narratives about Palestine are creating a dangerous environment for our grief-stricken Arab and Jewish neighbors right here, right now. Informed by understanding of the unforgivable failures of our past and inspired by the urgency of the current moment, we have the opportunity to formally resolve to do better. Please, as respected members of our community who are in a position of power here, listen to our heartbreak and our outrage and elevate our calls for the liberation of Palestine to our state and federal representatives who are not here, witnessing us, listening to us, representing us. Show us that our voices matter in Nevada City. Show us that the lives and freedom of all people matter in Nevada City. Show us that Nevada City will stand for what is right, this time before it is too late. Thank you.
Ian.
I'm short. Hi. My name is Libby Woods. I'm here to call for a ceasefire. I am calling because I know that the conversation feels like it's not relevant to Grass Valley, but Nevada City. We were there in Grass Valley on Tuesday. In Nevada City, it is extremely relevant. Every single one of us are global citizens. Every single time we pick up our phone, which is, the precious metals that are inside our phone were mined by child slaves and then manufactured in China by slaves. And those same precious metals are inside missiles falling on Palestine. So every single one of us, every time we spend money, every time we get on the internet, we are participating in the global community. And so we have to do everything in our power as individuals to make change and to stand for the liberation of the Palestinian people. I've heard a few people comment tonight about the racial issues that are happening in this county, and I just want to speak that a lot of the people in this room have been fighting for racial justice for a very long time, even before Black Lives Matter. And many of the people in this room were also holding demonstrations during drone strikes of Syria, and we're all here fighting for this cause. And I just want to share a story of something I witnessed on social media. This woman was carrying her infant child. She was fleeing the safe zone of the north, heading south. And her child wouldn't stop screaming, and it was annoying to a IDF soldier, and he shot the child in the head. And then he forced this woman to leave her child on the side of the road. So anyway, I feel like when Ukraine and Russia were happening, it was really easy for us to say Russia is being fascist. It's a fascist government. It's unsafe for people. But we aren't really utilizing that same type of language around stuff that seems very fascist. And I just urge us to take this time to stand in solidarity with all of Northern California, because Davis just passed a resolution, Chico, Berkeley, Oakland. So I think NorCal can just continue to unite, and we can continue to be together in saying ceasefire now. Thank you.
Thank you, Libby.
Good evening. My name is Boaz Martin. I live here, and for me, the problem with a voice of the county saying, yes, so we're against it, is we're clearly not all against it. Maybe some people are not for it. So if we say, yes, we're Nevada County, we're against the war. Yeah, some people everybody's against the war. Not everybody's for the ceasefire. For me, the problem with advocating a ceasefire without any ramifications, without any consolations from the other side, it's like, yeah, bring the hostages back, and we can talk about ceasefire. If it's just ceasefire without any consequences, it's an empty ceasefire. They'll just start again. So for us to say, yes, Nevada County wants a ceasefire without any consequences, without any real concessions, it's an empty voice. It's like, why are we even saying that? Because we can be like Davis. Oh, Davis said, yeah, we can say it too. We can be liberals, but in truth, we all want peace. We don't want to look liberal. We want to actually fight for life, and that is what's happening in Israel right now. They're fighting for their lives. It's a human condition. It's a human situation, and I don't want to just say, oh yeah, ceasefire without bringing hostages back, without both sides saying, yeah, life is important, love is important. If it's going to be an empty, yeah, we want ceasefire, but why? We want to bring peace We don't want to bring ceasefire that's just going to keep it going longer. We don't want peace. We want lasting peace, not a ceasefire.
Thank you. Gabby, do we have public comment online?
We do.
How many?
4 with their hands up.
All right.
So let me start calling. Go ahead, Eric. Eric Dunn, go ahead and address council.
I did not mean to raise my hand.
Okay,
It
thank
must
you.
have been clicked at some time. Thank you.
Angel, go ahead. Address council.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Angel Villarreal. I'm calling in from Texas. I live in Penn Valley. I'm over here for work. And I just want to thank you guys for having everybody, giving everybody a chance to talk and speak and share their thoughts. I want to encourage our mayor and council to find a way to encourage people to have dialogue, to speak with one another, especially when they have difference of opinions. The best thing we can do for our culture today is to talk with each other. And I also want to encourage the council to abstain from making any resolution that calls for any sort of foreign policy over there, because it's going to alienate either our Muslim culture or our Israeli Jewish culture. And we really need to find some way to bring everybody together in our community, to have a way to communicate peacefully, and to establish an example of how we can live in peace and get along with each other. My wife is Israeli. She's Jewish. We have a son together. And I just want to share a little anecdote about going to Israel. Every time I go to Israel, I've seen every single skin tone, all different shades. I've even seen people that are second generation from Asia in Israel speaking Hebrew as their first language. What does that remind me of? That reminds me of the United States being a melting pot. So I just want to share that the best thing that I think we can do today is to encourage one another to just have dialogue and talk with each other and to learn from one another. So thank you again for everything you're doing. And thanks again. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Okay. Abe, go ahead and address council. Abe, go ahead and address council.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, esteemed council members, and fellow citizens of Nevada City and Nevada County. My name is Abraham. I'm a resident of the greater unincorporated Nevada County. I'm also a Jewish American and Israeli. I would like to express my gratitude to Mayor Fernandez for providing me with the opportunity to address the council today, and for the support that both you and the city council members have extended to the Jewish community since the tragic events on October 7th. I'm here to discuss 3 important topics that warrant attention today. Firstly, I want to address the issue of false information spread by biased media. Our community is exposed to misleading content, including fake news, manipulated images, and baseless claims. It is crucial for everyone to exercise critical thinking when consuming information. The second topic is the ongoing discussion about ceasefire. Israel is willing to engage in a ceasefire, but certain conditions must happen on both sides. Hamas must disarm and cease all rocket attacks. Secondly, all hostages must be released unconditionally. The horrific promoting violence and destruction against Israel needs to stop, especially the integration of children with such harmful beliefs. Lastly, I urge the City Council not to pass any resolution concerning Israel. Such resolution may contribute to an increase of hostility and anti-Semitic behavior against the Jewish community, which has already endured enough from recent acts of hatred. And to finish with, it's important to people to remember the indigenous people in Israel are the Jewish people. Thank you.
Thank you, Abraham.
Okay, next caller, go ahead.
Hey, Council, Matthew Coulter. If I can, like to bring it back to a local level. If you haven't heard or seen.
Oh, did I have them?
Matthew, you there?
Looks like we lost him.
There he is. He's back.
We
Go
haven't
ahead,
heard or
Matthew.
seen.
You got me back. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry about that. I said, if you didn't catch any of that, the Historic Commission in Grass Valley basically has been disbanded due to the city manager. The video on it is quite interesting. I encourage you all to watch it, the resignation right there live at the Historic Commission meeting, which was Tuesday at 4 o'clock in Grass Valley. The mine meeting at the Board of Soups, I think you guys all know how that went. So basically it's once again moved forward into the lawyer's hands, which was going to cost everyone, including the citizens of Nevada City, in taxes to fight that. I want to thank you guys for the sidewalk you repaired on South Pine Street at the top there by the big tree that was off camber near the bike shop. That was really needed desperately. And thank the Public Works for doing the striping. That really helps out too. And it's, I know you guys got to listen to a lot of things from overseas, but just know that your work every day right outside your front door is appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew.
Penelope, go ahead and talk.
Thank you so much. My name is Penelope, and I've been a resident for 26 years of Nevada County. I pray for peace. I pray for innocent lives to be saved. We say that before the Zionists came, there was peace between Jews, Christians, and Muslims, and do not acknowledge that the original yellow Jewish badge was not created by the Nazis, but by Muslim leaders to differentiate and symbolize inferiority of the Jewish people. We speak of 700,000 Palestinians that lost their homes in the 1940s, yet without the context of the 700,000 to 900,000 Jews who fled their homes, not as white Europeans, but those from Arab lands fleeing pogroms and massacres. We do not acknowledge the deep roots that Judaism has in this sacred land, but we, predominantly as white people, put our white colonial story on Judea. When we yell colonization, we fail to see that Israel is not a colony of any country, but largely populated by ancestors of refugees directly tied to Judea, yet exiled from wars such as the Neo-Syrians, the Babylonians, Romans, and with hundreds of thousands being displaced, as well as those within the Holocaust with 600 million people dying, or 6 million Jews being killed. We pin Israel as a perpetrator, yet fail to discuss the 1920 riots, the riots of 1929, where Arabs first incited violence on the Jews. The main point being that the 1920 riots were pre-occupation and was simply a refusal for a Jewish state. This sentiment has pervaded the Palestinian-Israeli history. We say two-state solution, refusing to grasp that the Hamas charter clearly states to kill all Jews behind every rock and tree. This would be similar to Auburn stating that on Nevada City. This continues to this day with Hamas leaders saying that October 7th was child's play, and they will not only do this again and again, but they will move throughout the world to kill all Jews. This was just clearly stated. We here again in our comfortable homes say we are not anti-Semitic, only anti-Zionist, and yet fail to realize that we have beautiful, beautiful people that are in fact Zionist. The most beautiful events I've been to recently, every single time praying for the Palestinian people with all of their hearts and tears. Everything that we stand for in Nevada City, our democracy, our rights for gays, our equality, our love of women, directly is in deep contrast to Hamas and their leadership. While we can play a numbers game and do that all night long, and Israel has killed more people potentially, but what is the cause of this, and how long will that happen? We must figure out ways to unite and come together, or our own town is going to have its own wars. There was the hippie in Briar Patch saying all Jews should be killed. We as a community need to come together and realize how to deal with this. And thank you so much for coming back and letting us speak. I so honor what you're saying, and that we have to have the capacity to learn to deal with others. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Penelope.
That's all, Madam Mayor.
Let's all take a breath. We are going to take just a 1-minute recess to breathe. Just a reminder that by law, council is not allowed to comment on items not on the agenda. So we will not be commenting this evening, but we will be back in just one moment. Thank you all for your participation in democracy tonight, for your passion and for your truths. All right, Dean Pucci, Esquire, Sean Grayson, Mr. City Manager.
That's never good. That's like calling his mom calling him his full name.
All right, no extraneous talking from the table, please. So we're coming up on 9:28. We have a rule that at 9:30 we check in and we decide if we're going to proceed with the rest of the meeting or we're going to call it. So I'm looking for a motion to proceed with all items for the rest of the meeting. Great, and a second?
I second.
We've got that. Sean, can we get a roll call, please?
Yeah.
Okay, a voice vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Hearing none opposed. We're going to move right along. So we're looking at the consent agenda. Oh, yeah, that.
I move we approve the consent agenda as written.
I second that.
Okay, all right, okay, all right. We've got first I'd like to go to, is there any public, let me do my bit, okay? Get a bit. All items listed on the consent agenda are considered to be routine in nature and will be approved by one motion, coming very quickly. There will be no separate discussion of these items before we take action on the consent calendar. We will hear any public comment on consent calendar items only, including any requests to pull consent items. Do we have any public comment on consent items? None? What about online, Gabby?
Oh, we do. Go ahead, Matthew.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, is the bridge on consent items? The bridge?
The structural engineer, number 7.
Yes, item number 7.
Yeah, could I just speak briefly about that?
Go for it.
Okay, thanks. Hey, I was at the Stone House today. I know that's not the bridge, but it's tied into it due to where the construction equipment's going to be spread out. It's really dangerous. The fences are a way back from the trench, and I was hoping that project could get at least cleaned up a little bit before, I don't know, winter. It's just kind of a hazard at this point. And my second bridge issue is, didn't the city get the bridge from Little Town of Washington that was going to be used as a pedestrian bridge from the Clark Street parking lot?
Yes.
I've never heard anything mentioned about that for a couple of years. Is that still in the works?
We're actually not supposed to comment on public
Okay,
comment.
okay.
It's not a dialogue.
Okay, yeah, just two bridge thing or bridge related thing.
City
Thanks.
manager will reach out to you, Matthew. Thanks for your
Okay.
questions.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Any other public comment online?
No.
Move we
Great.
approve the consent agenda.
Okay, we've got a motion, and how about a second? Second. Great. Any objections to the motion? All right, I'm hearing none. Motion carries. Moving right along. Business, item number 11. Here we go. Consideration of a Lifetime Service Award to one Mr. William Bill Falcone for more than 51 years of service to the city of Nevada City, and 2, direction on the naming and placemaking for the Nevada Street Bridge construction in Mr. Falcone's honor. Mr. Sean Grayson, please take it away.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Tonight we're taking step 1 of basically 2 steps to honor the lifetime work of Bill. I'm incredibly grateful for Bill's commitment to share as much of his seemingly endless knowledge to our community and especially to me and our team. Bill, believe it or not, has been on the hiring panel for essentially every currently sitting manager in town. Truth be told, he voted for the other guy on my panel, but I
All did.
don't exactly. And everybody won in that deal, so we won't belabor the point. So we're going to handle this item a little bit different tonight, Bill. So I am going to hand it to the council to present this staff report. We have some folks joining us on Zoom, and we had some folks in person, and we have people sitting behind Bill and surrounding Bill in support of him, and there'll be many more when we actually dedicate the bridge in his honor. There's a lot of Bills in the room.
A lot of bills.
We're all building.
So with that, I will hand it to Councilmember Klein.
Thanks, Sean. Bill served Nevada City either as an employee, consultant, contractor, or otherwise for more than 51 years. Bill will be working for the engineering firm that designed and will oversee the construction of the new Nevada Street Bridge through its completion in the fall of 2024. Always the consummate professional, Bill has given the city more than a year's notice that the bridge project will be his last, after which he will retire. No staff report or presentation could convey Bill's impact on Nevada City and the surrounding areas, but we are going to try and capture the high points this evening. Bill is a third-generation Nevada City native. He was born in Miners Hospital on Zion Street. He grew up on Long Street, hold for applause, in the family home built by his grandfather. Bill attended Nevada City Elementary School, where Isabel Heffelfinger was the school nurse. Isabel used to write little notes on the back of report cards, and on Bill's she wrote, quote, "apparently normal," end quote. Bill graduated from Nevada Union High School class of 1959, having worked for a well-known surveyor named Jack Siegfried doing surveying, chaining, drafting, and field work. Bill was encouraged by Jack to pursue an engineering degree. Bill traveled to Reno to earn his degree in engineering from the University of Nevada in Reno.
After graduation, Bill returned to Nevada City and went to work for Pat Ingram's engineering firm. It was during this period in 1972 that he first became involved with the city of Nevada City in a professional way. Pat Ingram's engineering firm was hired to help with the downtown betterment project, and Bill was named the resident engineer overseeing the undergrounding of the utilities, the resurfacing of Broad Street, and the installation of the now famous gas lights. Bill started his own company, Falcone Engineering, located on Searles Avenue behind SBD. Among some of the more notable projects he's designed and built were the Lake Wildwood Country Club, the Western Gateway Park facilities, and what became a real challenge, the Godoti Building, located next to the Nevada Theater. It was the first new from ground up construction on Broad Street since the passage of the Historical District Ordinance. During this period, Bill and his brother John acquired Alpha Explosives. Neighbors on Prospect Street never knew they had an explosive company in the neighborhood. In reality, the plant was never in Nevada City. It is located on the outskirts of Lincoln. But for years, until the law changed, Bill made sure that sales were billed through Nevada City so we could get the sales tax revenue to help our depleted coffers. Over the next 20-plus years, he and John took on several major projects in Lincoln, such as the redevelopment of a block of Old Downtown, which had been home to, as Bill would affectionately say, Old Man Jansen's Lincoln Feed and Grain. Old Man Jansen's Lincoln Feed and Grain. The project served to ignite Lincoln's preservation's effort.
By the end of the 1980s, which, by the way, was my first decade on this earth, Jim Cramner began to cut back and head towards retirement. So Bill once again stepped up to help serve as the city manager, then consultant, but always champion of Nevada City. A few of the many projects Bill is responsible for are, and not in any particular order as it pertains to date, the Downtown Betterment Project, of course, the widening of Brock Road, engineering for the restoration of the National Hotel balcony, numerous upgrades to the water treatment plant and the wastewater treatment plant, the Pine Street Bridge reconstruction, turning the old Forest Service shops on Commercial Street into a much-needed parking lot, working closely with Conley Weaver, Bruce Boyd, and Gary Haar, architects, he oversaw the remodel of City Hall. He also oversaw the reconstruction of the old Elks Lodge, also known as Friars Tuck's, after the fire in 2002. Restoration of the old Marsh Sawmill site on Boulder Street, and the relocation of the Public Works Yard to that facility. If you have ever climbed all 131 steps of Jacob's Ladder, the stairs that run from Sacramento Street to Prospect Street alongside the Red Castle, you can thank Bill for engineering them. He oversaw the restoration of Firehouse No. 1, which houses the Historical Society's first museum. He served as city engineer on the construction of the Transportation Museum building. And finally, he sat through all the public comment tonight.
All right. So throughout the years, Bill has worked tirelessly to preserve and protect Nevada City, not only for today's citizens, but for future generations to enjoy. The desire to preserve and restore rather than demolish and rebuild is easily demonstrated in the Cielo Barn, just 2 buildings up from the old brewery, the Stone House, on Sacramento Street. For years, it was used as a horse barn for the carriage company, and not only was it sagging into disrepair, but is permeated with horse manure, which actually probably made Bill ideal person to deal with this. Today, it sits as an artfully preserved building thanks to Bill's hard work and unwavering desire to protect it. Look around Nevada City and you'll see the results of the hard work and desire to protect Nevada City in every neighborhood in town. Bill is one of the last fluent speakers of Nevada City-ish. This was news to me. I didn't know there was but it might be a dying language. I'm not sure. But for instance, when someone asks for directions, Bill doesn't say, go up West Broad Street 3/10 of a mile. He says, you go on up past Louis Tapero's place and you'll see it just past the grapevines. Louis passed away 50 years ago, but the grapevines are still on the fence. Armed with this language, Bill was uniquely qualified to complete an inventory of the historical Felix Gillet tree species that are throughout town, named for the botanist buried in Pioneer Cemetery. Bill is a Rosetta Stone of sorts in translating sentiments from our history into usable action today.
Bill is quite musical, and a good trumpet player, right? While playing in the Nevada County Concert Band, he met his lovely wife, Lori, a fellow trumpet player. They married, built their home on Prospect Street in Nevada City, and had 2 children. His son, Sean, a West Point graduate, is currently living in Texas with his wife and Bill's only granddaughter. Celeste, a Wheaton graduate, is also a gifted musician and vocalist. And she resides in Colorado with her husband and 2 children, Bill's 2 grandsons. From the Downtown Betterment Project in 1972 to the Pioneer Park Bridge over Little Deer Creek in 2022, there is nowhere in Nevada City you won't find a small or very large mark made by Bill's work. Tonight, we present Nevada City's first ever 50-plus year Lifetime Service Award to Bill, and we intend to direct staff to prepare a resolution and plaque for the Nevada Street Bridge to be named in Bill's honor. With a One more sentence. The plaque will be placed for presentation at the bridge's grand opening in the fall of 2024, we promise.
Right. Fall 2024, right, Brian?
This is the Lifetime Service Award. This is for you. Recognize that picture? 1972. Oh, yeah, before my time. I was younger then. Would you like to come over and say any words?
Well, I don't need to say much.
Come on over to the mic.
I thought for a moment tonight this would have to be the 52nd award, you know. Well, you know, you never start out, I never did, thinking about anything like this would ever be in my life. I never planned it. I'm totally honored by it. I'm honored by the fact that it's even possible for me to do this. And, you know, I thank the council. I've worked with many councils. I've known names from the past. You know, George Callahan used to sit in the pew in front of us at church because in those days the church pew was purchased and his pew was in front of my mother's, who was purchased by her father. So, you know, and, you know, all of those that have passed, Burl Robinson and, you know, Bob Payne and, you know, Herb Hallett, people, Charlie Adams, and people you wouldn't know. And it comes right down to people like Adam Klein, who I knew him when he didn't have any gray hair, and he used to come to my house as a kid. So I'm very blessed, and I want to thank the council and Sean Grayson and the staff for everything. And yes, I will continue to do a few things, and I will be doing work with the bridge with Brian. Brian's going to be the resident engineer this time, and so I will be his assistant, and that will be perfectly fine with me. And when I complete that, during the time also, I'm trying to finish the database for the city, which everybody knows about. And so I appreciate everything. I appreciate the staff, and I appreciate the council. And there's not much else I can say, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Bill. And we're not done, sir. I would like to open up the microphones at the table. And before we do that, I also would like for us to take a moment to acknowledge Kathy Wilcox-Barnes for putting together that Bill Falcone history. Thank you, Kathy.
Oh, I knew that.
Who else would have done it?
Yeah, I know.
Anyone at the table like to comment?
I mean, sure. It's not late, is it? Hi, Bill. I love you, buddy.
That's the daughter.
I'll do a quick one. When I was running, First of all, I went to you for counsel a lot of the time when I was running, just because there's so much I didn't know, and you're still there for that. But you said, Klein, I can't endorse you because you might lose. And that stayed with me. But I'll say this, knocking on doors, a lot of people in this town, people who've been here a long time, they want to know, like, well, who's backing you? Who are you with? You know, and everyone had opinions on past mayors, past city planners. Everyone wanted to know, like, you know, who you're aligned with. And I couldn't say that you endorsed me, but I will say that anytime your name came up, everybody likes you. And you're the only one that I can say, I promise. You wouldn't believe the names I heard badmouthed when I was knocking on doors. Good heavens. And I suspect that's because you are fundamentally honest to a fault, decent, and kind.
Well, I will say one thing. I can't shut up, you know. I've always had the attitude of doing my best to help people who come to the city. I learned from my dad, who was a county public works director, that you're paid by the public to help things happen. And if you can't, then you need to be honest and say that will not work. But I've lived by that philosophy, and everybody knows that if you'll come to Bill, he'll do what he can to make it happen if it's possible. And I live by that.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Bill.
Brother and daughter, or son and daughter.
I'd just like to say, Bill, thank you for your service. You know, you predate me by many, many years, but one of the things that everybody has to do is have a Bill Falcone tour of the city. I got a little one. That's the first thing. Everybody said, what do you need to do to get oriented? That was our onboarding, was a tour with Bill Falcone, and, you know, we got to know each other a little bit then, and I appreciated his insight and his deep knowledge of every little arcane place in this town. He knows where everything is, and I appreciated that.
Thank you, Doug.
Yes, and I look forward to another tour again. I need more.
It's past both of our bedtimes, Bill. I think. So some of us, and we're not the only ones in this room, but some of us have been professional public works people. And I contend that we're the only ones that really know what it takes to keep a city like this moving. Vern, you're back there. Sean, you're over there. Brian's back there. But what it takes, you know, sometimes one person asked me, so you're in public works, what do you do? I said, I make sure the liquids go in your house, and I make sure they leave your house, and you don't really care until they stop. And that's a lot of what we do. And you look at all of that, you look at all the miles and lines that you've got, and all the infrastructure and streets and roads and sidewalks and fences that you've spent your time working on. And it's just a tremendous career and a volume of work. And as a professional, I salute you, and you're also just a pretty funny guy to hang out with, too. So, yeah, thanks, Bill.
Just one little anecdote. You mentioned that you always help people who come to the city. I was only here for like 6 months, and I had sewer problems right away. And I walked into the city hall and said, well, how do I get this solved? Bill saw me and said, come in here. They were having a meeting right then in, what is that room called?
Weatherall.
The Weatherall room. They had a big map laid out on the table, and he said, where do you think your problem is? And I pointed, and he said, yep, I know the problem. The next day, they were out there fixing it. Thank you, Bill.
That's awesome.
I knew you were going to be on the council.
Bill, I hope I still see you around, and I imagine I will because I live on Nevada Street. Because I've never enjoyed getting a hard time from somebody as much as I enjoy it from you. So thank you for that. It's always a fun, good interaction, and I look forward to more.
We have both of Bill's children, I believe, on
We do.
Zoom.
They're both on Zoom. Lester, Sean, if you'd like to speak, go ahead and unmute yourselves and talk to your dad.
Hello, welcome.
Sean, are you there?
Yes, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Hey, Sean.
Hey, well, I missed the first part of it, but I think I've heard most of the stories anyway. Congratulations, Dad. Good to hear.
Chalesta, would you like to speak? I'm not getting her. She's on. She's just not speaking.
Is there anybody, while we wait, is there anybody in the room that would like to give public comment?
Yeah, hey, so Bill, I know that you said.
Shane, I'm so sorry. Can you please come to the mic so folks at home can hear?
That's how we do it here, Sean.
I know that you said that you were blessed, but truly we're the ones that are blessed.
Aw.
And listen, if you were my dad, and I always say this, I would have the messiest room just so you'd come in and yell at me. Because I don't know how you do it. Yeah. I don't know how you do it, but even when you're yelling at me, it's the nicest thing that people say. So I appreciate it. Thank you, Bill. Thank you. Yeah, you're not going anywhere.
Bill, I heard your son laughing through the Zoom.
Bill, I just want to tell you that I am so grateful for everything that you've taught me over the last 6 years. You sat there, every morning giving me advice, whether it be business, personal, or whatever. You have a special place in my heart, absolutely. And I'm super grateful for you.
Thank you. That way I don't have to go to work as early.
And I get to drink my coffee longer.
So I've worked with surveyors and engineers that know more than I do, and Bill's one of them. He's got survey background in addition to engineering, and there's nothing that can replace that knowledge. It's not all in books either. So I'm just so grateful for the 10 years of work with you, and I know we'll be continuing. So appreciate you.
I like you, Brian.
That's not always the case.
All right, Bill. When you have your official retirement, we have a plate that Cindy, who used to be the city planner, started with Bill-isms written all over it.
Oh.
And the one that you've been saying the entire 17 years that I've been working with you is you have one foot on a banana peel and one in the grave, and here you still are. So I think that banana peel is not very slippery. So I'm glad you get to stick around a little longer.
Oh, that's nice.
I just want to say that I love you, and you've taught me a bunch here, and I would not be here if it was not for you. That's right. Because he is the one who hired me, much to the dismay of the city manager.
That's a true story.
Don't let him tell it to you, because it's true still.
Where's the city manager? At a late hour, but she showed up late for her interview, and the city manager refused to see her. And I said, well, the woman's here, I'm going to talk to her. And we didn't have any real applicants, and so. That's not a joke. We right? And so I went to the city manager and I said, I kind of like this woman. I think she'd be okay with the city. That's a true story.
Wow,
But
really?
it's true that I'm still late.
I'm Vern Taylor. I worked upstairs with Bill for 20 years. Bill was on my hiring committee. I'm sure he regretted that, but we spent so much time driving around in my little city truck, looking at problems, solving problems, and having more fun than we ever should have had and gotten paid for. We had such a good time working together. One of the things that always stood out was our desks upstairs were only separated by that peninsula. So we were 5 feet away from each other. And somebody would call me up, and every once in a while I couldn't solve their problem. It was on private property, we couldn't touch it. And they would get upset, and they would hang up, and they would call Bill, not realizing that he is closer than this to me. He's listened to the whole thing. And nobody ever got anything over on the two of us.
Oh, that's great.
It was great.
Thank you, everybody.
Well, I'm proud that Bill's been a friend of mine pretty much all those 50 years, and been an advocate for me, and I appreciate everything you've done for me, Bill. One of the things he did for me is I was in a Sierra College surveying class in the mid-70s, and with a friend, and so one day Bill goes, "So, Casano, you ever think about getting your surveying license?" And I said, well, no, I haven't thought about it. What are you doing right now? Well, I have a class in 3 or 4 hours. Let's go down to Sacramento and we'll get all the applications and we'll figure out how you can become a surveyor. And he drove me down to Sacramento to the Board of Registration. I got an application packet. 3 years later, I got a license and enjoyed a great career. Thanks, Bill.
Chief.
Bill, I'm going to get up and say a word too. You already, I know. We'll just say that Bill's known me my whole life.
How long we've known each other.
I know. You've known me my whole life. I haven't known you your whole life, so which one of us is older? But,
be kind.
I'm going to sit down and you just took, I know. I just want to say, we go back a long time. I loved your mom and dad, your aunt, maybe not your cousin. Anyway, we won't go there. We go back a long ways. Red dirt courses through our veins. The love of Nevada City does, and I can't think of a better person to be honoring tonight than you, and you were well deserved.
When I worked in a grocery store when I was a kid for a shirt tail relative of my mother's, and she used to come in as a little girl like she was 8 or 10, somewhere in there, and I was a teenager, because very unfortunately I'm older than she is, but I can still remember that a long, long time ago. So that's how long Kathy and I have known each other.
Anything else?
If there's not, if we can have everybody with their masks and then we'll just all face that camera on this side, he can take a picture from that camera if we go out there with our masks and Bill.
Do I get to do that too?
You have the face.
Does everybody have a face?
Might be a younger version.
So we're just gonna look up there but make sure we're all naked.
Not that much younger.
You don't hear this.
You can do the pictures or you can take them
No, Kyle's gonna take it with that camera. Anybody else? Chief, are you not getting in it? We have lots of these.
Where?
We have it.
Hey, David, you didn't say anything. I was there when you got hired.
I were. I was on my way to the microphone.
Everybody got their face up?
Okay, faces up.
1, 2, 3, click.
Click, click, click. You got it, Kyle? Can we?
Thank you. Thank you for writing that.
Thank you, Sean.
We got to put these somewhere. On the
Bill,
fridge.
thank you so much, and I'm going to do the rest of the meeting like this, if that's, I should have started the meeting perhaps like this.
All right. Good night, Sean Falcone and Telesta.
Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, guys.
All right, on to item number 12. Consideration of South Yuba River Citizens League Circle's request for monetary sponsorship in the amount of $2,500, a fee waiver for city facility use, and special event street closure request for the 2024 Wild and Scenic Film Festival. Sean?
So this is a similar request to what Circle's made in previous years, and it's essentially identical to what they did last year by expanding to the, it's just direction. expanding the York Street event, or the York Street closure for the event. Eric Dunn and Livia from Circle are on the line, but given the late hour and that this is a every year recurring event, if the council would like to do so, you certainly could defer their presentation and ask any questions you have, or we can allow them to give their presentation.
I think in the spirit of not staying till midnight, I think this is pretty straight and clear. Eric and Olivia, thank you so much for being here. Very aware of your great work over at Circle and with the Wild and Scenic Film Festival. I'd love to, I'm looking for a motion to authorize. Oh, first of all, is there any public comment in the room on this item? Great. And what about online, Gabby?
There is not, and I brought them over as panelists, but they've yet to come over, so they're as attendees. There goes Eric.
All right, now I'm looking for a motion to authorize, approve and authorize the sponsorship, fee waiver, and special event street closure requests per the submitted application.
So moved.
I second that.
Great, we've got a motion and a second. Gabby, roll call, please.
Councilmember Cece?
Yes.
Councilmember Klein?
Yes.
Councilmember Fleming?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Peterson?
Yes.
Mayor Fernandez?
Yes, and
Motion
I.
carries 5-0.
Thank you. And just to Eric and Olivia, if you'd like to come back to the council and do a presentation on the film festival so that the community, as a sort of community pitch, we would love to have you back. Because it's late tonight and we had about 3 hours of public comment, we're trying to move along quickly. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
All right, moving right along. 13, consideration of the appointment of Carrie Rose, appointing to fill the vacant Nevada City Fire Safety Advisory Committee member position through the term ending September 15th, 2024, and the adoption of resolution number 2023-54, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Nevada City, California, amending the composition of the Nevada City Fire Safe Advisory Committee. Sean Grayson.
So I can make this brief as well. This is a vacancy on an original member of the committee that resigned, and Carrie submitted an application. The committee voted to recommend that the council appoint him. I'll let the committee speak to that if they wish to. The second part, the resolution, the council formed the Fire Safety Advisory Committee before we had a strategic plan, and so it's inconsistent with all of our other committees. So this resolution just aligns it with our current committee setup, which is essentially that the staff liaison is not a voting member, which is currently the case for the Fire Safety Advisory Committee, and the staff liaison would be appointed by me instead of appointed by the council in name as it was with Chief Goodspeed. So it just aligns it in the same fashion as all of our other committees, and I give it to Fire Safety Advisory Committee.
We recommend Carrie and the amendment.
Yeah, we do. We do, and wholeheartedly, and I think Kerry has demonstrated his ability to be an excellent Fire Safety Advisory Committee member by simply hanging through tonight. So that's huge. Yeah.
Our
Great.
committee meetings aren't usually that long.
My thoughts on this are I trust your recommendations.
It was unanimous by the committee, by the way, by all present. And it was like, how do you get the job? It's like, Gabby, the only one that showed up. But it was the only application we got, but.
But he's a good one.
Happens to be a really, really, really great pick, though.
Yeah. Give him a chance to. Want to say something, Carrie? Yeah, go on.
Speech.
Yeah, I feel like a kindergartner at a talent show just went after Prince and Elton John. This is really hard. I act to follow. So I'm just I'm grateful, I'm honored, and I'm humbled to be considered for this position. I feel very passionate about this topic in this community, and I'm just honored to make a meaningful contribution to perpetuate both fire safety awareness, community involvement for the people, the residents, the visitors, the flora, the fauna, and the land that we call this magical place home. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I happily accept the position if you.
Yes.
So too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Public comment.
I move we approve the appointment.
We're going to go to public comment
Oh,
first.
God, now it's me.
Gotcha.
Any public comment in the room? Not seeing any. What about online, Gabby?
Would you like to speak on this topic? Please raise your hand.
Adam, go for it.
I move we approve the appointment and adopt the resolution.
Second.
Is that Doug?
He's closer.
Who's second?
All right, Gabby, roll call, please.
Councilmember Cece?
Yes.
Councilmember Klein?
Yes.
Councilmember Fleming?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Peterson?
Yes.
And Mayor Fernandez?
Yes. All right, welcome. Congratulations, sir.
Thanks. Looking forward to it, Carrie.
Moving right along to our next committee appointment. Number 14, item number 14, consideration of the appointment of 7 public arts commissioners as established in Ordinance 2023-09, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Nevada City, adding Chapter 2.38, Public Arts Commission, to Title II, Administration and Personnel of the City of Nevada City Municipal Code relating to the establishment of Public Arts Commission.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The inaugural Public Arts Commission is up for appointment, all 7 positions. You have 4 positions that are recommended by stakeholder groups. Nevada County Historical Society, Kathy Wilcox Barnes, with us in the audience, and the Nevada County Arts Council, their Executive Director, Eliza Tudor, for the Nevada City Chamber of Commerce, the current board president, and I'm not sure what her title is at the Onyx, but all things Onyx, not owner.
I think it's
General Manager, I think, Celine Negrate, and for the Nevada City Rancheria Nissan, Mira Clark. You also have 2 artist in residence positions that we accepted applications for, as well as a youth commissioner. We listed the names in the staff report. The applications that were submitted were presented to the Vibrancy Committee, the mayor and Councilmember Klein. So I believe the recommendation from staff is going to change a little bit this evening to, no? All right. Then I'll give it back to the Vibrancy Committee to provide further.
Yeah, I just want to say, wow, we had an abundance of really super qualified applicants, like really amazing artists and art-adjacent people, and Adam and I had a really tough go. Great applications, and we did come up with 2 names for the artist in residence, and then we had 1 person express interest in, we had a few people express interest in the youth commission position. We'd like to recommend the 2 artists in residence tonight, and what we'd like to do with council's permission is ask that you give us some time to go ahead and seat those 6 people, and that last position that we continue to engage schools and youth in the area. We really didn't get an opportunity to do that as well as we wanted to, and we'd love to get to know more about the youth who submitted their names. Adam, would you like to announce our picks?
Yeah, it was difficult, and we've chosen Shannon Harney and Nakia Schwartz.
Excellent. So that's our 6 so far, still looking for a youth commissioner, and that's the recommendation we'd like to make to council. Any thoughts or comments by the council?
Thanks for the great work that you've done on this. This is a dream come true for a lot of the artist people in this community.
So important.
And it happened in relatively record time for bureaucracy and sausage making. And so I think it's just awesome. And, the fact that you're getting the kids involved, I think it's a really great thing. And so I'm fully in support of it. Thank you for your work.
Thank you so much, Doug.
Yeah, it's just amazing. We are an arts community, right? Wow, now we have an arts council. Just amazing. Arts committee, but no, great work, really important. I think this is excellent, and we moved in record time because we are that good and know what we're doing.
Excellent. Thank you.
And congratulations to the Vibrancy Committee on moving this so quickly, and congratulations to the appointees to the commission.
Thanks so much, Lou. Thanks so much, Sean, for your hard work on this, and to city staff. We also want to, if folks read this or see this who applied and didn't hear their names tonight, we will be inviting folks to join us to the first meeting regardless. We're looking to not expand the commission, but to have maybe some medium or specific art subject matter experts that can be present. They won't be a vote, but can be part of the conversation. And so we want to invite folks to continue to be part of the process and the conversation. So be looking out for those correspondences as well. I'm looking for a motion.
I move that we accept the appointees as discussed.
Second.
Excellent. Gabby, roll call, please.
Councilmember Stacy?
Yes.
Councilmember Klein?
Yes.
Councilmember Fleming?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Peterson?
Yes.
Mayor Fernandez?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Excellent. Good work, folks. Number 15, consideration of approving a one-time equity payment to full-time city employees in the amount of $3,000, of which $500 must be expended at businesses in the city of Nevada City. Sean.
Awesome. So this one's going to take me a little bit longer, so I'm taking out of Steve's next two items. His will be very brief.
Steve's so nice, he'll let you do that.
Exactly. I love Steve. So for those who live, work, and play in our wonderful city, they have an incredible group of employees that I refer to as Team Nevada City. Since I've been here, recruitment, retention, staff development have been a very important thing and will continue to be a very important thing. We are challenged to do all of those things, but we've been successful in many ways. We really do want to be a destination employer in the foothills, and I think we're well on our way with what the council has done in that regard. You adopted our strategic plan last November 9th. It includes 7 strategic initiatives, 54 goals, and we put 69 specific objectives in the budget this year for all the departments to advance. Truth be told, there's a reason why a lot of places don't go through strategic planning. One is fear of the council, no offense. Thank you for joining on this adventure. The other is it's just an incredible amount of work added to the employees. They're already working hard to do their regular job, and then we add 54 goals and 69 objectives on top of that for them to accomplish. This group of people did it willingly and with a smile on their face, and just pleasure to work with them. Along the way, you approved several positions to be added to this year's budget, and in doing so, ostensibly, they would pick up some of that extra workload, and we have not filled all those positions. I'm happy to say that we will be full January 2nd of next year. Along the way, we had some salary savings for those vacant positions, and the reason why it's called an equity payment is because it's equity. It's the work that our employees did. Absent those additional people, I don't think it will ever happen again. I hope it never happens again in my career, so there won't be a need to do this again, but I believe it is eminently the right thing to do to give that equity back to the folks that did the work. And so the salary savings equates to the amount that we're giving back to the employees. There is no change to the budget. You're not appropriating any additional funds. This is within budget. It's a $3,000 total payment, $2,500 of which will go in their next paycheck. If you approve it tonight, that'll be in their accounts on the 29th. Not for Christmas, but Happy New Year. And in support of what we call Eat, Shop, Donate, and Contract Local, $500 of the $3,000 has to be spent or donated here in Nevada City. And so we would anticipate employees doing that in the month of January, which is also one of our slowest months for a lot of our businesses. So we're going to infuse roughly $20,000 into the local economy in January, and when our employees turn in their receipts, then we'll give them the next $500. The news was here tonight. They thought it was novel enough of a item, both print media and some Sacramento television stations. I believe it's the right thing to do. I would encourage the council to support it. It's not a gift of public funds. It certainly is an investment in our greatest asset, which is our human resources, those folks that are sitting in the audience that stuck through the whole meeting tonight after they took Bill out to dinner. I would recommend that you approve the equity payment.
All right. Let's go to public comment. Any public comment in the room?
They're definitely not going to say no.
And what about online, Gabby?
If you'd like to speak to this comment or this topic, please raise your hand. We do not.
All right, let's bring it back to the table. Thoughts, comments?
Yeah. So a couple things. First is the approach that you took, Sean, because to take salary savings because somebody did that work. If the positions weren't filled, a specific individual wasn't paid for that salary, but the people who did the work still did the work. So it's a way of returning that, which I think is a brilliant way to approach it. But I also think that, I mean, for me, I always tell this story. I started in November of 2020, and by February of 2021, city manager, city attorney, public works director, finance director, and chief of police were gone. And lots of people took that ride with us, and that was quite a ride, quite an upheaval that undoubtedly threw you into some real uncertainty about your future. And you hung in there as we have carefully and rebuilt this organization, even if it took us twice to get the right city manager. But you hung in there, and I think for me, this is an acknowledgement of your willingness to, your willingness to take that ride, to trust in us, and to hang in there and do it when a lot of others checked out. So I respect you and honor you for that, even though I'm not sure all of you like me, but it's still okay. Thank you. That's the point, and I think it's a great way of saying it. So.
I'd just like to echo Gary's sentiments. A lot of you guys have only one person in your department. I know a few of you do. It's just we're leanly staffed, and so even without this other extra work with the strategic plan, there's a lot of work here. It's a tough job. And as Gary said, we pivoted and did a big pivot, and you guys worked with it, and you survived the pivot, and you did it with grace, and not a lot of complaining. So I just have mad respect for everything you guys do. You guys know that, each and every one of you. I really believe in. I know we helped get the police officers' pay, adjusted to the way it was supposed to be, and I think we did that with you folks as well. We have to be competitive with the other jurisdictions around us, and this is a good way to show that we take care of our employees. And I thank Sean for the creative bookkeeping and the way to do it, and also how you tied it into the strategic objective by making people spend money locally. I think that was brilliant, so cheers to you guys.
Thanks, Doug.
I love it. I'm so thankful for the staff and all that you guys do, and we all up here know how lucky we are to have you. So to have some way to show that appreciation means a lot for us. So thanks so much. Sorry it's not in time for Christmas, and also spending it locally is a beautiful thing, and local businesses will benefit. You guys will benefit. That's great because we benefit every day from you being here. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Adam.
Nice.
Just let Adam talk.
Well deserved, thank you.
Yeah, I think a good chunk of you know me well enough to know that I don't bullshit. So just real quick, we have the best staff. You do great work, and you're really awesome people. I like hanging out with you also. So this is so clear to me. We have to take care of our people, right? Like we have to take care of our people, and I feel like we're doing that now, and I want Nevada City to be a place that people want to stay, and Grass Valley can keep their damn hands off of our staff, right? So yeah, well deserved, and happy to support this. Looking for a motion to approve the equity payment.
I move we approve the equity payment.
I'll second that. Oops.
Yeah, and I just want to say real quick too, that's $20,000 into the Nevada City economy. That's $20,000. So that's super, super exciting, Sean. Thank you for the creative ways that you incorporated that piece as well. All right, Gabby, roll call, please.
Councilmember Cece.
Definitely yes.
Councilmember Klein.
Yes.
Councilmember Fleming.
Hell yeah.
Vice Mayor Peterson.
Yeah.
And Mayor Fernandez.
Yes.
Whoop, whoop. Motion carries 5-0.
Party.
Hey. All right, moving right along very swiftly.
Oh, I thought they were all leaving.
All right, number 16, consideration of award of city website request. RFP and authorize the city manager to execute any related documents. Take it away, sir.
I will be as brief as possible.
Awesome, thank you.
So in compliance with the city's municipal code, we issued an RFP for website design and implementation services. We received 10 proposals as a result of that. The evaluation committee consisted of myself, our accounting technician, Brittany Neundorfer, and Councilmember Klein. Thank you, Councilmember Klein. After an exhaustive review, we ultimately decided as a committee that Civic Plus would be the best vendor to move forward with. The city will be engaging or bringing to the Vibrancy Committee an idea or a vendor to do some outreach, figure out what the citizens would like to see in terms of the website, information, so on and so forth. We do have a representative of Civic Plus available if you have any questions, and that concludes my presentation.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Steve. Any public comment in the room on this item? And what about public comment online, Gabby?
It wasn't?
Gabby, do we have public comment on?
We do. We're trying to figure it. Who is your representative for?
Jordan.
Yeah, he's on.
Okay, but no public comment.
No public comment.
All right. Hi, Jordan. Thanks so much. Stand by in case we have some questions. Back to the table. Comments, questions, concerns?
Nice work, thanks.
I would just like assurance from the contractor that the website will be ADA compliant.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, good pick. This is kind of the state of the art for cities these days, and
Civics Plus.
yeah, good job. And I look forward to it. We are way overdue for this, and it's a great thing to get and modernize it and capture all that data stuff.
Prop 64 grant funded. It'll integrate with our new finance software, online bill pay, coming to a theater near you in July of 2024.
Oh, good.
Adam, sitting on the committee, any comments you'd like to throw in?
Jordan, you guys really stood out. Jordan, are you in Manhattan, Kansas?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
What time is it there?
12:21.
And he was on during the whole public comment
Thank
at the
you, Jordan.
beginning.
Jordan, you're a patient person. I love Manhattan, Kansas, and Aggieville. So say hi to everybody at the Dusty Bookshelf for me. Thank you very much.
What?
Do a good job.
I will. They're staying around.
Excellent. Super excited we're getting a new website. We've needed it for a very long time. Thrilled to be updated. I am looking to approve the award and authorize the city manager to execute any related documents. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
And a second.
Second.
Excellent. Gabby, roll call, please.
Councilmember Cece?
Yes.
Councilmember Klein?
Yes.
Councilmember Fleming?
Yep.
Vice Mayor Peterson?
Yes.
Mayor Fernandez?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Go Wildcats.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you, Jordan.
Yes.
Thank you, Jordan.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you.
Steve.
Thank you, Steve. You can stay right there. Item number 17, consideration of award of city audit request for proposal, RFP, and authorize the city manager to execute any related documents. Take it away, sir.
Yes, so once again, in compliance with the city's municipal code, we issued an RFP for audit services back in August. We only received one proposal, that was from our incumbent auditor. Not happy with those results. We reissued the RFP again, and I personally called firms. We had interest from approximately 4 to 5 firms, but again, the same 2 firms applied, or our incumbent applied, and then LSL, Lance Saul and Longhard, applied. So again, we had an evaluation committee, myself, the accounting technician, and Councilmember Peterson. Thank you, Councilmember Peterson. And after that review, based upon all the qualifications and the technical criteria, the committee suggested or recommends that we go with Lance Saul Longhard. Even though cost was a factor in the evaluation criteria, just their proposal stood out. I believe they will be able to take a deeper dive into the city's finances and really, give the city a fresh start and a way for us to, become more financially transparent and just, it'll benefit the taxpayers and city staff as a whole. if we go with LSL, even though they're a little more costly than the other proposer here. And we do have funding available in the existing budget to cover those audit costs, and that concludes my presentation. We also have Representative Brandon Young from LSL on Zoom as well.
Great, thank you, Steve. Welcome, Brandon. Please stand by. Any public comment in the room on this item? What about online, Gabby?
Would you like to speak on this topic? Please raise your hand, lower right-hand corner. We do not, Madam Mayor.
Okay, and what about from the table? Gary, would you like to speak on this?
Yeah, I'll try and be brief, Mayor.
Please.
So I think it was really important that there is a cost differential, but we got a brand-new budget that we didn't have, and I think we need a brand-new audit firm to go with that, so that we get a really comprehensive view of how it's working. And as Steve so carefully articulated, it's going to serve us all. The extra money will be useful, but we're going to learn a lot, and our budget process will be improved because of it. So I absolutely stand behind the decision.
Excellent. Thank you so much for participating in that process. Anything else from the table?
Yeah, just a quick question. You know, I trust you implicitly, Steve, but I just wanted you to highlight a couple of the key factors that made LSL stand out over O'Connor. Because basically it's almost twice as much. And I know that, you know, money's not everything, obviously. So could you just give me a few highlights of the greatest hits of why other, you know, I saw what's in the report, but, you know, just your insight.
Yeah, so from the proposal and just being in this industry now for, you know, over 20 years, you know, LSL has a deep bench of professionals. The firm has been around a long, long time. And even though O'Connor is a great firm, please don't, you know, the recommendation says nothing about our incumbent auditor. I think they just have a deeper bench.
Nice.
You know, they're statewide. They have an office up here in the Bay Area. They're down in Southern California. A larger firm, a great pool of talent. And, you know, having been around, I know that they look at things that a lot of other firms, you know, really don't look at. And I think that's important, especially for the citizens, to know that if there is something found, and it may not be, you know, malicious, you know, but better processes, you know, policy improvements, things of that nature, this firm, I know, can do that. Not saying O'Connor can't, but I believe that with my experience and having worked with a lot of audit firms over the past 20 years, LSL is top notch, and I think the city will get the biggest bang for their buck with this firm.
Great, thanks. And that with, you know, Gary's point that, you know, it's a new budget, it's a new firm, I think it's great. So thank you for the work. Thank you to LSL for participating.
For staying up.
Great. Anything else from the table?
I move that we approve the award and authorize the city manager to execute any related documents regarding the RFP for audit.
Second.
Stuff.
Great. We have a motion and a second. Gabby, roll call, please.
Councilmember Ceci?
Yes.
Councilmember Klein?
Yes.
Councilmember Fleming?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Peterson?
Yes.
Mayor Fernandez?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
Steve, thank you so much. Brandon, thank you so much. Welcome.
Thanks, everyone. Have a good night.
All right. Mr. City Manager, do you have an abbreviated city manager's report?
I defer back to you, Madam Mayor.
Excellent. What about council member report backs? Any pressing things that folks would like to
one.
speak to? Yes, just one.
I just wanted to compliment and recognize Councilmember Klein for an excellent, what may or may not be annual Thanksgiving show performed by Golden Shoulders.
Yes.
I was there with my colleague, Mr. Ceci was there as well, and it was a wonderful program, and it was great to see you in your element.
Thanks for being there, Gary. Thank you.
I have a whole list of things that I'm not going to go through.
Great.
The most important thing is that the citywide cleanup will be February 10th, and I'll be passing around a sign-up sheet so that all of you get to volunteer.
This is a Green Waste, is this a waste management thing?
All of it, right?
It's the whole thing.
Oh, the
So
big- the
it's
big-
just.
We've got till February 10th. I'm looking for a motion to adjourn.
It's the one you have to do anything after.
Can I get a motion to adjourn?
I move that we adjourn.
I second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you all for sticking in there with us.
Yeah, Bill.